I never knew.
Nope. So we both had the Cowboys and in the over. It was the Giants and the under.
Correct. So the Cowboys kicker who never misses the 51-yarder, which would have put him up 8.
Thank you, Ryan.
Hey, Johnny Mac.
School canceled again today.
My understanding, though, is that there was some flooding. I guess.
Yeah,
I guess Wink TV, I guess, had flooding again downtown Fort Myers.
Downtown got flooded. I mean, there was water. Beach got some water.
Matthew, I hope the family's okay too. I'm going to try to find out right now.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
you, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. And obviously, we hope everyone made it through Helene safely and that everything is okay for you and your friends and your family. We know that is likely not the case. It's such a massive storm, but we're hoping for the best for all of you. And thanks so much for starting your Friday with us, Miller and Moulton. Mark, how are you? Did you get through the storm okay?
I got through the storm just fine. There was, some palm fronds down where I am. That was about it. No real problems. Little intermittent power flickers here and there, but all in all, we were fine.
Well, obviously that is good to hear. And of course, I escaped the storm by heading to Jersey because I'm heading to LA later today. I've never done, for all the flying that I've done Florida to Seattle, but I've actually never done like New York to LA from coast to coast. I've been close. I've done Philly to Phoenix. I've done Fort Myers to LA, but I've never done, the New York metropolitan area to LA. It's, for whatever reason, it's an extra like half hour. They have budgeted 5 hours and 45 minutes for this flight. Seems long. I got to be honest. I mean, it's about a Yankees Red Sox extra inning game from back in the day, but it seems long. Or, as we call it, 2 Steelers games now. With as quickly as the NFL games move, and of course the Steelers just, the clock keeps moving. I mean, did you see the Steelers-Chargers game took 2:35 last Sunday?
It sounds about right because the Chargers play that same type of football.
Right.
A lot of running. They're not going to let Herbert throw it, and then Herbert gets hurt, so they're running even more. It was that was a quick one, David. Network had to fill some time before they got to the 4:00 games.
I mean, heck, our Monday night game took 2:44. I mean, when you don't have any punts, the clock keeps moving. So,
and when you don't have any incompletions, which you didn't have a whole lot of on Monday night, the clock keeps moving.
Speaking of not punting, did you see the little bit that the Commanders punter, the guys were having some fun with him? Because he hasn't punted since week 1. He hasn't punted since they played Tampa Bay. They didn't punt against the Giants, and they didn't punt against the Bengals. So the guys sat him down. And he's the holder on kicks. So they were icing his hand.
That's good.
Came over to him, and they said, listen, we understand it's been a really rough start of the season for you. Here you go. So he's standing there doing interviews with ice on his hand.
I love it.
That's when things are going well. All right. The jocularity. But we'll make our picks coming up in a bit. Lee Sterling will make his picks in about an hour. Pat Kirwan will join us in 2 hours' time as we go through the guts of Week 4 of the NFL, which got started last night. And Mark, about the only thing we got right is the fact that Dallas beats the Giants.
That we knew.
Yes.
We thought it would be a lot more scoring in the game. We thought Dallas would cover the number. Neither of those things happened. We had a Dallas over. It was a Giant under as far as the betting line went on the game.
Yeah. I knew that, man, the football gods are just stacked against us. When the Cowboys kicker, who never misses, who made a 60-yarder earlier in the game, missed that long field goal late in regulation, which would have put him up 8. And I'm like, what the heck? Come on, dude. This is the cover. Even though, I was a Giants fan, I'm like, oh, wow, they can actually win this. But I knew they weren't going to win it. They have Daniel Jones. I mean, come on. Did anybody think they were going to score in the last half of the fourth quarter? Anybody?
David gave him a fighting chance because up until when Neighbors got hurt, that is a machine of a man right there. That is a special receiver. He can make a bad quarterback look good.
Yeah, unfortunately, he suffered a concussion.
Right.
Yeah, of all the injuries, it's terrible to say, but they'd rather tear a knee ligament than get a concussion. So, but late in the game, Neighbors with a concussion. What do you have? 12 catches. CeeDee Lamb had 7 for nearly 100 and a touchdown. But Dak beats the Giants. For as much as Eli owned Romo, Dak owns the Giants. 7 in a row. Dallas a winner last night to get to 2-2, and week 4 of the NFL is underway. I'm going to make 4 college picks. I don't know how many NFL picks I'm going to make, to be honest with you, but I'm going to make 4 college picks for sure.
It's good to know.
Yeah.
I mean, I like how we have most shows have a structure of how they do the picks. We have an idea of how we're going to do the picks. We set it at 5 and just go as much as you want after that.
Right. Okay. It's kind of, we have an outline for, at least I do. I mean, you're better with having a rhyme and a reason. I have an outline. I kind of do it. It's kind of like Trump's idea for healthcare. He's got an idea of a plan. That's my picks. Okay, I have an idea of a plan as to how I should tack, week 5 in college, week 4 of the NFL. So, hopefully it works out for both of us. Yeah.
Miller and Moulton, text line open at 21,000. If you want to chime into anything that we say or you'd like us to say, 21,000 is the number to text the show. You can always join us at twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, where you can join the crew in the Twitch chat room who is alive and well every morning with their own conversation that can have nothing to do with what the show has been talking about.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Miller has pennant fever. Because for 2 days in a row, and we've talked about this, when the show's over, Mark does not text me. Mark has a life. Mark has guys he plays golf with. Mark has a 10-year-old daughter, all right, who's very active, very busy. There's a child to be picked up, to be taken places. There's food to be cooked, all right? There are things to be done. All right. Occasionally, even there's something that has to be done concerning the Miller and Moulton radio show. But there's really no need for Mark Miller to converse with David Moulton anymore because 4 hours is enough. What haven't we discussed? I don't blame him. I don't. So when I get a text from one Mark Miller after noon, because occasionally we will forget something. And so 10:30, 11 o'clock, we'll go, hey, I forgot to tell you, blah, blah, blah. So if I get a text during the afternoon hours, I am actually worried. It's like, uh-oh, everything okay? 2 late afternoons in a row, I have gotten a Tigers rally. Tigers win. I listened to the whole thing. Another thing Mark doesn't do, there is never an exclamation point in a Mark Miller text. The last 2 days, there have been exclamation points in a Mark Miller text.
David, they were down 3-0 going to the bottom of the 6th. 2 in the 6th, 2 in the 8th. This team is playing special baseball right now. And
you are totally on board.
Well, I love the Tigers. I mean, that is,
yep.
When it comes right down to it, that's my first team.
So it's Tigers over the Wings?
Oh, from my, like, Tigers, then Michigan State, then the Wings. As a child, of the things that I was into first, it was the Tigers and Spartan football. And Spartan football lost a lot. And the Tigers baseball team lost a lot. But the Tigers were the thing that I listened to going to my grandparents' cottage in the summertime. That's what we did, fishing on the boat, listening to Tigers games. So the Tigers were impressed upon me at a very, very young age by all members of the family on both sides.
Well, and my goodness, you grew up with Ernie Harwell then. That's a pretty nice childhood.
Yes, absolutely. And so, as long back as I can remember, going to Tiger games with my dad, my mom and dad every year would take me to a game. I'd pick a game that I wanted to go to, going to games with my grandfather. So yeah, you went to Giants games with your grandfather. I went to Tigers games with my grandfather. So that's, my earliest sports memories as a kid are going to Tigers games and watching the Tigers.
And you went to one of the 84 World Series games, didn't you?
Yes, I did. Got to go to Game 3 of the World Series. That it set the record for the most walks in a World Series game. It was one of the worst played World Series games ever. Tigers did win, so that's all that really mattered.
Exactly. Right. So, and unfortunately, even though they've knocked on the door a few times, they have not won a World Series since.
No, they have not.
So it's a big number too. It's a magic number. It's 40 years.
Yes, it is.
You were young. You were a teen. Now, well, you've got aches and pains.
Every day when I get up, there's no doubt about that.
But ladies and gentlemen, with those aches and pains, he has the fever. He's like a kid. You should see these texts. He's so happy.
My daughter is having a difficult time with it because yesterday there was no school. So she and mom tried to do something and everything was closed. They came in. I've got the game on Alexa. I'm clapping as they are winning the game. And she is just looking at me like, what in the hell are you doing?
You're like, listen, this is important. Let dad be. I don't comment on your Taylor Swift. You leave my Tigers alone.
Damn right.
And it's one of those late runs too. I mean, mid-August, there were like 7 games below 500. This is one of those great late season runs that teams have in all sports.
40-11 now in their last 51 games.
That seems
30-11. I'm sorry. 30-11.
That seems good.
Yeah, 30-11 since August the 11th.
That's like on pace to win almost 120 games in a baseball season. That seems like that's good playing. So Mark Miller's got the fever, which means, by the way, I may be able to talk baseball outside of just the first hour of the show. That's how much the Tigers are on a roll.
Let it rip. You want to talk about the Marlins and the Twins game last night and what happened to the Twins as they collapsed and gave Detroit an even better opportunity? I'm all for it.
I never knew you hated the Twins so much. That 87 playoff series defeat is still painful for you, isn't it?
100%, David.
Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or experiencing pain or numbness in your feet, pick up the phone and call us right now before it's too late at 239-382-7332. Again, that's 239-382-7332. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. Eventually, it leads to balance problems, falls, complete loss of independence, and can lead to amputation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Norrell, DC. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start experiencing relief from neuropathy symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs.
Pick up the phone right now and call 239-382-7332. Call us today at Restore Health. 239-382-7332.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And Price, they're even younger than that. What did they say yesterday? I listened to the Rays broadcast. They get the most at bats by players 24 and under in the league this year. I mean, it's remarkable. This is just a bunch of kids that don't know any better. God, I love the A's unis.
The guys voted on that. The final 6 games, they all wanted to wear those unis. So I have the Dolphins now as a 1-point favorite. Is that what you
Yep.
have?
Yep. For Lee's games, Georgia's a 1-point favorite. Miami 17.5. Baltimore 2.5. Tennessee's getting 1, and Philly's laying 2.
Yep.
That's what I have.
Johnny Yo, I don't believe I had Mark. Which
Yeah, she was divorced from him, but I know the bar that you're talking about. And I don't remember who it is off the top of my head. It'll come to me.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Lee Sterling to join us in 40 minutes time to make his picks. Miller and Moulton will follow and make theirs. Pat Kirwan to go through week 4 of the NFL, which got underway last night with the Cowboys holding on to beat the Giants and getting to 2-2 on the season. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Well, we don't get this very often. I mean, in a way we do, but we usually get it the first weekend of December. We got Georgia and Alabama in the regular season. Not only that, we got them in September. Hot damn. Let's go. A virtual pick 'em. Technically Georgia's favorite. Alabama hasn't been a home dog. Although I got to admit, I guess by kickoff it was a pick 'em. Maybe Alabama was a 1-point favorite. I could have swore the, quote, game of the century in 2011, that late in that week, I mean, we did that game. I could have swore it was LSU -1. But I guess by kickoff it
According to
wasn't.
what I have, it's the LSU game in November of 07.
Right.
Is
That
the
was Nick's,
113 consecutive games as home favorites.
that was Nick's first year as Alabama head coach. And LSU was number 1 team in the country. And Alabama had the lead late fourth quarter. And LSU scored 2 touchdowns in the final 3 minutes and beat them. So that was when Gary uttered the best line I think he's had in all the years he's been doing college football on CBS. It was early fourth quarter, and Alabama had taken the lead. And they had a cutaway of Les Miles on the sidelines, and Vern paused for a moment, and Gary decided he wanted to comment on the picture of Les on screen, and he said, "Vern, I think Les needs to win this game." And there's a pause. Gary doesn't normally pause. He's got a thought. He says it, but turns out he knew what he wanted to say. He was just delivering the line. He said, "Vern, I think Les needs to win this game to have a good life." And you know what? I think he was right.
He and they did win.
Yep.
And covered to boot.
They did. They did. Little strip sack fumble for a touchdown to win by 7, and they covered. But, yep, Les did have to win that game. The LSU faithful would not have been happy with him losing to Nick right out of the chute on their way to a natty. So, yeah, 17 years, I guess. We'll see if this holds. Who knows? By kickoff, it might be a pick 'em. Who knows if Alabama's still a dog, but it's a virtual pick 'em. And, by the way, I'm going to include the game in my picks. You?
I am as well.
Uh-oh. 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 Well, either way, anyone listening is sure to go the other way, because first off, it's still September, so you go the other way of me to begin with. And then if Miller and Moulton agree, well, then you obviously got to load up on the other side. But listen, Georgia's accomplished a lot under Kirby Smart. But does it sound crazy if I say he and they really need to win this game?
I agree, David. What, they've beaten Alabama once, right?
They beat them for the natty.
Right. That's it.
Yeah, in 21.
They've
beat 'em
lost
for the
every other
natty.
time they've played them what seems like forever.
Nick owned them in the SEC championship game. Okay, and all different storylines too. But Nick and Alabama beat Kirby and Georgia in Atlanta in the first weekend of December. And then I think, and I'm doing this off the top of my head, so that's very dangerous, but I think they only played once in the regular season at Alabama a few years ago. I thought it was the pandemic year of 2020 that Georgia went in there with Stetson Bennett and tried to throw the ball around, and they had some success early, so Stetson kept throwing it, and then he kept throwing picks.
And they got pounded.
And right, and Georgia was up like 2017 or something like that, and then Alabama said, "Yeah, we'll take it from here," and just whooped them. That was one of Nick's probably 3 best teams. Was that 2020 national title team? That was, Devontae winning the Heisman and all that. That was undefeated. I mean, that was a great team. But
so
I
what does
think
Georgia do now that DeBoer is there? Does that change things? Georgia fans seem to think that the new coach has changed everything, that Nick being gone has changed everything about this series.
I actually agree with Kirby. When Kirby was asked about that, he goes, Well, I don't know. A lot of players there Nick recruited. But change it in what way? I'm curious. That's just a mental thing, right? You guys obviously had a hang up whenever you saw Nick on the sideline. Georgia fan was like, "Oh no, it's that guy again."
Yeah, that's it. It's all mental because all the players are still, for the most part, Knicks. Yes.
Quarterbacks are back from the SEC title game. Don't you think at some point, though, there's got to be a few guys there with Georgia who've they keep losing Alabama. Don't you think at some point they're like, could we beat these guys, please?
Yeah, it's not as much fun to race cars if you're going to lose this game all the time.
Right. So, that's my thought, that the guts of this Georgia team lost to Alabama in the SEC title game last year, which kept them out of the playoff. And they obviously felt they were one of the 4 best teams in the country. But they lost the wrong game at the wrong time. They're out. Bama was in. And we all know what happened. So, listen, you tell me, because we have proven in the NFL that home field means nothing. It's down to Vegas only giving it a 1.5 point consideration when they set their lines. But we've documented it. And, Cowboys a winner last night. Road teams have won 3 more games than home teams, I think, so far in the NFL season. Or no, it was exactly 500. I'm sorry. It was exactly 500 going into last night. So I believe road teams are now 25-24 through 49 games in the NFL. And this is a whole 2020s thing. Home teams have barely won more games than road teams now, going on 3+ years in the NFL. Do we still believe, however, that in college football, there's a home field advantage?
There are some. There are definitely some. But these guys are, it's why we talk about in the NFL not being much of one, because these guys have been playing in front of huge crowds for 4 years at the collegiate level. When they go to the pros, it's not an adjustment to play in front of a loud crowd. They do it every week. But I still think that there's some of it in college. It's not a college hoop type of advantage, but there's still some advantage.
I don't know. It's difficult for me to imagine, as magical as a glorious big game night is at Bryant-Denny Stadium in Tuscaloosa. It's just difficult for me to imagine that it's going to negatively impact Georgia in a big way. I'm more worried about Georgia's travel logistics with the storm coming. Like, did they already leave Athens and head to Tuscaloosa? That's what Kirby talked about this week. He basically said, he didn't say it in exactly these words, but if you read his comments and put them together, he was more concerned with getting to the game than playing in Tuscaloosa. He was more concerned about getting to Tuscaloosa and just making sure that, the storm didn't affect their preparation too much. But that's a biggie, Mark. Top 5 showdown, first month of the season. I could get used to this. I don't know about you.
I'm fired up, and then there's a couple other good games on the collegiate front, but obviously the big one's Alabama and Georgia. Saturday night, Alabama, a 1-point dog, the first time they've been a home dog since 2007. Miller and Moulton. Great show lined up for you. Lee Sterling, Pat Kirwan, and the starting 5. That's next. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
The world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
To my knowledge, Ambien, it's not officially confirmed. They are talking about it. They think they have a name, Barstool Sleeper. That the Pac 10, 12, 8 has credibility.
Yeah, Spitz. We'll see. We'll see what she tears up. Just hope everyone's okay. The flooding. Oof. Florida's going to be awful. It is awful. Big rig, Johnny O. 18 teams. It's a big rig.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Broadcasting live from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters keeping it real. Miller and Moulton on this Football Friday.
Football Friday.
With some pennant fever mixed in. Do we have any idea, by the way, are the Braves going to be able to play the Royals tonight? Are they going to have to play 5 games in 3 days? I mean, the guts of that storm hasn't even gotten to them yet. How in the world are they going to play in Atlanta tonight? Do you know Stanford is yet to leave for their game against Clemson, I believe? But Stanford's like, don't worry, we're going to be there. Am I a fool for leaving Florida so early? I mean,
you weren't. Because of your travel and where you were going, I don't blame you. I don't think it was 100% necessary. I think you would have been fine. But your biggest fear is missing a game. And, we've talked about this on and off the air. You did what was necessary to ensure that you were going to get where you needed to be for Saturday.
Right.
That's all. And you're fortunate enough to have mom in Jersey, so you didn't have to get a hotel room or go to LA 3 days early or anything like that. It actually worked out logistically where you could pull it off.
Right. But you
left your whole family behind, but other than that.
You had to go there, huh?
I couldn't help it. I've been waiting for 2 days for that opening.
Listen, this is how unnecessary I've become. This is how much of a check I've become. I looked right at my wife and said, you do know that means I would be abandoning you during a major hurricane. And she looked right at me and said, we'll be fine. Well,
she has become a tough Florida girl, David.
She's disabled. She's walking around with a cane. She's got a knee that doesn't work. Okay. The rest of her body is riddled with arthritis. And my mother-in-law is about to turn 84. She's walking with a walker. Okay. And I'm like, are you sure, guys, I'm not necessary? And my wife barely looked up from the television. She's like, did you make those plans to fly out yet? Wow. All right. Don't worry, though, honey. The game checks are still coming.
The starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting 5.
Thursday night football, Cowboys and Giants. Come on, we know who won. It's Dak Prescott and the Cowboys. All right, he can't win in the playoffs. You know why? They haven't played the Giants yet in the playoffs. If they did, he'd be winning. 7 in a row for Dallas over the Giants. This one much tougher than the last 6, though. 20-15. Giants held to 5 field goals. Dak very efficient. 221 yards, 2 touchdowns, no turnovers. CeeDee Lamb, 2 yards away, right? You get more points for 100 yards receiving. That's 7 for 98.
Every 10 yards, you usually get
every
a point.
10 yards? Okay. 7 for 98 and a touchdown for CD.
But a lot of them do percentages now, so we probably got 7.8. It's not that big of a deal anymore.
Okay. Malik Neighbors, 12 catches. Less than 10 yards a catch, though. Wandale Robinson, he had 11 catches for about 6.5 yards a catch. and a big drop late in the game. Yep. Cowboys beating the Giants 7 in a row. Dallas 2-2. Giants 1-3. Looks like Kittle's going to play Sunday for the Niners against the Patriots. Debo practiced yesterday with his calf injury. That's a good sign, practicing on a Thursday. If he recovers well and you hear that he's practicing today, he likely will play then against the Patriots. Now, I will say the Niners, who are the biggest favorite on the board this week, they're a 10-point favorite. They lost 2 other players to injury in practice. So the injuries are really mounting up for San Francisco. Lions center Frank Ragnow not going to play Monday night against the Seahawks. He has a partially torn pec. So you can tell, Mark, they're going to try to give him some time off to have that partially heal so he can make it through the season, because if that becomes a fully torn pec,
then he's done.
I know he's really tough, arguably toughest guy on that team, according to the Lions. But, yeah, that muscle can't fully tear or you done. And that would be a big loss.
Yes, it would.
So Frank Ragnow out Monday night for the Lions against the Seahawks, the undefeated Seahawks, 3.5-point dogs in the Motor City. College football, listen, we've been trying to tell you for years, and unfortunately it was a Thursday night game, so I couldn't play it. Army is a covering machine. When they're any good at all, they are money. They improved to 4-0. They whooped up on Temple, 42-14. Mark, Army likes to run the ball. They outrushed Temple by 422 yards.
That's pretty good, I think.
You know, I'd give them it. What was that? Was it Pro Football Network, Pro Football Weekly, one of them, the tough grading scale? Give them an A-. Okay. 417 yards rushing to -5. We give them an A-. Okay. Why the minus? We're tough graders. Don't know what to tell you. Hey, we got college football tonight. It's a big line for Miami. 19.5? Is that what you have?
I thought I had it at 17.5, but
okay.
17.5.
17.5. All right. Point favorites at home, 7:30 on the 4-letter network against Vatech. Of course, Vatech just lost to Rutgers. Washington and Rutgers, 8 o'clock tonight on Big Fox. Rutgers a 2.5-point favorite. Major League Baseball, we had a couple teams clinch their division titles last night. Yankees win the East for the second time in 3 years. Judge hit his 58th homer. Stanton with a homer and 4 RBIs. Garrett Cole shut out baseball into the 7th. 10-1 Yankees over the O's. And right now the Yankees have a 1-game lead on the Guardians. And they have the tiebreaker, I believe, on the Guardians for the number 1 seed in the American League. Dodgers clinch the NL West for the 11th time in 12 years. Here's the funny thing. The 1 year they didn't win the West, they won 106 games. Giants won 107. 7-2 Dodgers over the Padres. Right now, the Dodgers with a 1-game lead over the Phillies for the top seed in the National League. Phillies own the tiebreaker, though. Keep that in mind over the weekend. Right now, the Padres look as if they're going to be the 4 seed. Their magic number to clinch the 4 seed over the Mets is 2. Over the Braves is 1. Speaking of magic numbers of 1, that's the magic numbers for the Royals and the Tigers to make the playoffs. This is remarkable. Royals sweep the Nats 7-4 by scoring 3 in the 9th. Tigers rally from 3-0 down in the 6th, Mark. I don't know if you were aware. Tigers are in a pennant race. 2 in the 6th, 2 in the 8th. Tigers beat the Rays 4-3. Combined with the Twins last night. Man, you want to talk about a team that cannot score when guys are in scoring position. They had ducks all over the pond. And those Ducks went home hungry. And they rallied from a 4-0 deficit, but they had chances to win the game in the 10th, the 11th, and the 12th. They lost to the Marlins 8-6 and 13. which means that the Royals and Tigers have a 3-game lead over the Twins with 3 to play. So 1 Royals-Tigers win or 1 Twins loss over the weekend, and that's it. Your playoff teams are set in the American League. Unless things dramatically change, the last Major League Baseball game in Oakland took place yesterday afternoon in front of 46,889. The A's beat the Rangers 3-2. A's are planning to move to Sacramento for the next 3 years before their full-time home in Las Vegas in 2028. The financing is not fully secure yet, so this is worth paying attention to during the offseason. White Sox sweep the Angels. They're stuck at 120 losses. 7-0. The Southsiders with a win. They go to Detroit for the next 3 games. Milwaukee beat the Pirates 5-2. Brewers locked in as the 3 seed in the National League. Charlie Blackmon, 3 RBIs. His final games in the majors after a 14-year career. Colorado with 5 in the 8th. They beat the Cardinals 10-8. Mets and Braves postponed again. We all knew that. Right now, the Mets go to Milwaukee for 3 and then are scheduled to return to Atlanta Monday for a double dip. Atlanta's got 3 with the Royals. Storm hasn't even arrived there in full yet.
It is supposed to be clear and sunny by like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the afternoon in Atlanta.
Hope so.
That's what the forecast is telling me because I've actually looked it up during the show.
So we'll see if the Braves, after not playing the last 2 days, can get in their game with the Royals tonight. They've got 3 with the Royals and then a Monday double dip with the Mets. Braves a game behind both the Mets and the Diamondbacks for a playoff spot in the National League. President's Cup, it was much closer than the final score. 3 of the matches went to the final hole. 4 of the matches went to 17. 1 match went to 16. Although actually you could argue all 5 matches went to 16. But you get the idea. The U.S., however, won all the matches. They're up 5 spit in the President's Cup. This was 4-ball competition. The most heated match was Scotty Scheffler and Russell Henley against Tom Kim and Sungjae Im. Apparently, Kim is a trash talker, and Scheffler is too, but you only see it apparently in his local matches in the Dallas area. So when Tom Kim started talking some smack, Scotty Scheffler started giving it back to him.
Love it. Kim made a long birdie putt. Or not a long birdie putt, but like a 15-foot putt.
No, it's 30-footer.
And Scheffler makes one right behind him.
And Kim made a... And so Scheffler makes his, and right as it goes in, he goes, you hear that? You hear that? It's like, channeling his Kirk Cousins. But on the ninth...
Kim makes a birdie putt on the next hole.
On 8.
And walk to 9T before Scheffler even putted.
Right, which is... out and out, very disrespectful. And Scheffler missed the putt. That was the last hole the U.S. lost in that match. Scheffler and company won 3-2.
If this were a Ryder Cup, this would be really cool.
It's been talked about that to spice up the President's Cup, they should get the ladies involved. Okay?
They should.
Because think about what it would do. Not only bring the American women in, but it would bring the South Korean women in.
Well, it would probably more than likely would give the international team an advantage with the women golfers. And maybe even this thing up a little bit more.
NBA, Jalen Rose makes it official. He retires after 16 years. Jalen Rose was Rookie of the Year, MVP. He retires at the age of 35. WNBA, Chicago Sky fired head coach Teresa Witherspoon after 1 year. She had been an NBA assistant for 4 years, took this job, only lasts a year. Mountain West, by the way, got all the current teams to sign contracts to say that they're staying through 2032. And it looks like they're going to add Texas State from San Marcos, Texas, to be their 8th school. Did you hear they're also negotiating with Toledo and Northern Illinois to join as football members only? what in the world is Northern Illinois and Toledo thinking? First off, if I'm the MAC, I tell you right now, you join for football, you're out. We'll kick you out of all the other sports. You're done. But
I agree. I would do the same thing.
But apparently they're negotiating with them. Shows you once again how much it's only about football. And Gonzaga has not officially left the West Coast Conference for the Pac-12. Lots of rumors, but Gonzaga even last night said, we haven't done anything yet. Relax. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting five. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton. I think the announcer voice keeps getting deeper and deeper.
It does. It does. And you're nailing your mark every time, which I think is fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you. It's probably the only part of the show I get right.
I think you get a little bit more than that right. I just think you enjoy this part of it more than any other.
It's
your
that
only thing now.
It's that only child syndrome, you know? It's like you have the good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was the day when. That's your time. This is my time.
It's about me, and I'm going to do what I want with this segment. And if I'm going to finish it with a voiceover, then damn it, I'm going to finish it with a voiceover.
This is my time, okay? Lee Sterling's time is next.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, Lee.
Good morning. Everything good?
Everything is good. How about you?
I'm good. I'm good. I haven't watched much of the news yet. How bad is it? The Panhandle.
I'm the same way. I've not had anything on this morning.
David,
How's it going?
heard anything yet about the hurricane, the damage?
Well, in Jacksonville, it's just power outages.
Okay.
So texting with the daughter and wife right now.
Yeah.
So there's some schools that are even open in Jacksonville.
Oh,
My
okay.
granddaughter's daycare is opening at 10, so can't be that bad.
That's true.
But they said 125,000 in the Jacksonville area without power this morning.
How about that area where it hit that one island? I think, not Cedar Key or something like that. They normally have 750 residents. It's like 3 miles out.
Uh-oh. You locked
Yeah.
up there for a second.
Yeah, it happens sometimes, but I got the fastest speed money can buy.
Yep.
That's it. So weird. Weird. I'm doing 2 shows I had to tape Wednesday for Miami and Seattle because they have games tonight.
Oh, yeah.
I get invited by so many people to both games this weekend. I'm like, first of all, I can't do the Miami, can't do the Canes game, and Dolphins game. I wouldn't go. It was in a box, the owner's box. So. How far are we at? About a minute?
Yeah, about 40 seconds.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Joined this day and time by Lee Sterling. He of Paramount Sports, ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. Lee joins us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Lee, top of the morning to you. How are you?
Okay. Can't complain.
Well, that's good. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
the storm missed South Florida for the most part, so I know you're doing better than most who are listening right now. Listen, we start with a biggie. Okay, they don't normally play in the regular season. They certainly don't play in September very often. Let's get right at it. Georgia, 1-point favorite in Tuscaloosa.
2 really good quarterbacks and 2 great teams. That's why, you know, we're all almost everyone will be tuned into this game. Carson Beck, probably a top 5 pick. Jalen Milroe, one of the most dynamic and exciting quarterbacks. Probably about the same there, unless one has an incredible day. Georgia uses 5 or 6 running backs. They mix and match. Haven't found that one bell cow yet. Bama, Jam Miller and Justice Haynes, they'll rotate those 2 guys in. This game might come down to one play. And if it does, my money's on it's going to be by Ryan Williams for Alabama. There's a guy, 17 years old, kid, reclassified, came out of high school a year early, 10 catches, 4 touchdowns. He is their go-to guy. Georgia, I think, thought it was going to be Dominic Lovett. It's going to take over. for Ladd McConkey and also Brock Bowers, but 9 catches just has not been able to see the end zone yet. A couple weeks ago, I never thought I'd say Alabama, but I think Alabama also home field could be an advantage here. Top 5 teams when they squared off 17 of the 27 times. The home team has won. Tough game. I'll take Alabama 27-24.
The Canes, big number against Virginia Tech tonight. 17.5's the number. Virginia Tech had high expectations. They got beat by Rutgers last week. How do you see this one, Lee?
Well, if you read like annuals like Phil Steele, they'll tell you, 21 out of 22 returning starters. This is a team could contend. They just don't have great players. I mean, they're pretty good. Couple good running backs, couple good receivers. This kid Lane's good receiver. Solid special teams. I think they were ranked 11th last year. They started strong there again. But when you lose to Vanderbilt, that not a good sign, even though Vanderbilt is much improved. And then last week's loss to Rutgers, they were clearly outplayed. On defense, they really gamble, I think, way too much. They leave their linebackers and cornerbacks in one-on-one situations. And that being the case, Miami goes 5 deep at receiver, 4 deep at running back. And Cam Ward gone from a 4th, 5th round pick to maybe a top 10 pick. Traditionally, Virginia Tech plays Miami tough. This year just feels different here. Weather looks like it'll be okay here. I like Miami, 42-17.
All right. 2 Saturday picks, actually a Friday night and a Saturday night pick. And now you go to the NFL with 3 picks. Maybe the marquee game of the week. Ravens, even though they're 1-2, we still think highly of them. At home, a 2.5-point favorite against the undefeated Bills.
Yeah, I don't know if Lamar Jackson is ever going to beat Kansas City. But in all other games, pretty good. They should have won the game a couple of weeks ago up by 10 points. They just relaxed and lost. They held on last week, played a lot of, just defenses where just trying to, prevent and give up a quick touchdown. And they allowed Dallas to get back in that game. If you looked at the score 28-25, you thought it was close, but Baltimore's clearly the better team. Buffalo, Josh Allen, right now, if you had an MVP, I think he'd be the guy. I mean, he's been that good. So far, he's not missed his receivers, but 2 of the 3 wins were against Jacksonville, Miami, which bottom of the heap, bottom 5 teams in the NFL right now, in my opinion, and Arizona, who's kind of come back to earth. I think this game might come up to the matchup. Baltimore's Lamar Jackson and also Derrick Henry against Matt Milano, who's missing, and also Terrell Bernard, 2 key linebackers, their best linebackers. And those 2 guys are out. I think they might be able to exploit the Buffalo defense. My thoughts coming into the season was this Buffalo defense would be down a couple notches. So far, they've played okay. Well, not the first half against Arizona, but since then, I think Baltimore's a different animal here. I'll take Baltimore. Should be a fun game also. 33-27, Ravens.
Well, in a game that they have to play by law, when the NFL schedules games, they have to do it no matter who's playing quarterback. And is Will Levis the best quarterback in this game? Tennessee and Miami. Tennessee's getting 1 right now, Lee.
When you see that bandana or whatever he's got on his head, don't you just want to rip that off? I mean, not a good look, in my opinion. I don't know. I mean, Huntley's probably going to be the guy. They're not saying it, but I'm pretty sure he's the guy for the Dolphins. Better legs than Skylar Thompson. Who knows why Skylar Thompson just looked like a deer in the headlights against Seattle. They had 10 days to prepare. This team has not brought it all 3 games here. Will Levis, he throws shuffle passes, left-handed passes. He tries all kinds of zany stuff, which he shouldn't. I'm not watching this game live. This will be one of the games I tape. First time since Tua was drafted, I'm going to watch it taped on Monday. Tennessee 10, Miami 6.
And your final pick is Philly looking for a little playoff revenge, maybe, in Tampa, and the Bucs are a 2-point home dog.
Crazy last week that usually you lose the turnover battle by a couple, which Philly did. You lose the game. They had a pump block. They had a couple bad turnovers when they were going, I don't know if in for scores, but in near the red zone, which were costly, unless they would have won that game easy. So this is going to be a good matchup here. Maybe the bubbles pierced here on Tampa Bay. They can run hot, which they did for the first couple of weeks. They looked terrible last week. I think the loss of their nose tackle Vedeve is huge. They usually have to try different schemes to cover up when he's not in there. So I'll take Philadelphia here. I think they might be able to hit on one more big play, even though their receivers really banged up here. I think their defense is better. Philly, 21-17.
Game of the week, UCF in Colorado. Lee, how do they get it?
First 5 callers, call 800-400-9741. They will get the game for free. 800-400-9741. Game is on me. And not October coming up, we call it Locktober. You can get 5 weeks of games from tonight all the way through Thursday, October 31st. Normally $547 because you listen to the program here. Going to give you a nice coupon code. Coupon code is SAVE200, SAVE 200. Save 200 brings it down to $347, and we have our first 45-unit selection of the year going to college football. Send that over to you guys now, along with the game of the week selection, and feel pretty good about it in college football. So anyone wants to hop on board, we're 66-24 on these games in our career, 40 to 50 unit best bets.
It's Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. We'll review the picks in a moment. We did get what I think is an interesting question submitted in the Twitch chat room. Are you taking the Storm into account in any picks this week, even if it's over under, whether it's travel arrangements for teams, field conditions? Will this Storm enter into the equation for you in any picks?
I thought so at one point, even like the Miami game, but it looks like everything's cleared out. Surprisingly, it doesn't look like any game will really be affected. So, there could be some damage to a stadium or something like that, but so far I haven't heard anything. But my staff is already in the other room scouring and looking for those kind of situations on top of injuries and who's going to leave in NIL, who didn't get paid this week.
Right.
So Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, ParamountSports.com, 800-400-9741. He's taking Bama with the point at home, laying the points with the Canes, laying the points with the Ravens, laying the points with the Eagles, and he'll take the Titans in an all-time showstopper and the point against the Dolphins. Lee, thanks. Appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
Okay. You too, guys. Have a great weekend. Be safe.
Make sure you call Lee, get the UCF Colorado game of the week for free, and you may want to pay for his 45-unit play because he pointed out 64-26 over the years on his 40-plus unit plays. So Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, joining us this day and time on Miller and Moulton.
And he's 1-1 on his 40-unit plays this year, so it bodes well heading into his third pick of the season, for what it's worth.
Lee joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. One of the things we appreciate about Lee is that, unlike Miller and Moulton sometimes, more Moulton than Miller, he's not up here picking San Jose State against New Mexico. I mean, Lee comes on our show and usually goes, all right, what are the games that probably interest your audience the most? I'll offer up a pick. Not all of them I will give out to my clients because I may not feel that strongly enough to put my money behind it, so to speak. But for us, he caters to our audience. So he's taking Bama. He thinks the 17-year-old wide receiver could be the difference in the game.
He's really good. This just in.
As a matter of fact, he is.
He's really good.
He looks like he could be really good in the NFL at 20.
Yes.
In fact, he looks like he could be really good in the NFL at about 19.
I was thinking the same thing, David. That is a remarkable young player right there.
Yeah.
Got all the speed. He seems to have the hands, great footwork. He's talented young receiver.
Well, there's only one game that he picked that I'm picking. So I feel good about that because week 1, I should have known that this September was going to be worse than my normal bad Septembers. When week 1, I went head to head with Lee 3 times in 5 picks, 3 times. And needless to say, went 0-3.
It's part of your charm, David.
And by charm, you mean you're a loser.
No, you take on the big boys. I don't try to take on Lee. I stay away. And I have one game that he picked as well. And I'm nervous already.
Okay.
But it's time.
So,
on the other side, Miller and Moulton make their picks.
Sure to go wrong. Bet the other way. Coming up next.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, has your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle? Well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family. This is Miller and Moulton.
Mark, I can't believe that. I can't believe that the Tigers may clinch a playoff spot before the weekend. That's what I can't believe, that not only have they kept winning, but that the Twins have kept losing. I mean, to have imagined even a week ago that, all 6 playoff teams in the American League would be decided before Saturday. I mean, I certainly thought the Sunday game that I'm planning to go to in Detroit would have had meaning. Up one game, needing to win to hold on, tied, hoping scoreboard watching, hoping the Twins lose, down a game, something.
It's the way they are winning is just remarkable too. And the way the Twins are losing is equally remarkable. Is Herbert playing?
I believe so.
I hope so, because I'm taking him plus the 7.
He's on track to play.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, broadcasting live from the Floormeister studios. Floormeister's keeping it real. Pat Kirwan will join us in 40 minutes' time. We'll go through the majority of the Week 4 games. Week 4 getting underway in the NFL last night with the Cowboys holding off the Giants because they beat the Giants. That's what they do. It's actually a new NFL rule that was passed by the competition committee a few years ago. Cowboys-Giants, Cowboys win. 7 in a row. Dallas over the Giants, 20-15 last night, but they did not cover. And once again, Mark, lower scoring games than we expect. Why? Because teams are kicking field goals.
Kicking field goals and running the ball more when they can.
But, man, they are just not converting drives into touchdowns. Teams aren't punting much. You take a look. I mean, I think both teams had the ball like 7 times last night. A normal NFL game a few years ago used to have 12 possessions for each team. Now, I mean, look at the Monday night game, Washington and Cincinnati. Okay? I mean, take the 2 kneel downs out of the equation. The Commanders had 6 drives. Kneel down at the end of each half. 6 drives, 5 touchdowns and a field goal. Cincinnati scored on every drive they have except for a missed field goal. You know, and that I think they had the ball 7 times, scored 6. So, I mean, the game, it's funny. The ball is being moved. Teams are not punting much, but they're not scoring touchdowns. You know, the old adage, keep them in between the 20s. That's what's going on right now. Only it's really from the 30 to the 20 because that's where all these drives are starting. Very strange what's going on in the NFL right now.
Well, it's teams employing a bend but don't break type of defense and just putting big zones in when they get to the red zone area. Not a lot of windows. They're rushing, 3-4 guys and just sitting back and saying, you're not going to find an open receiver in the end zone.
And that's why teams' drives are taking 4, 5, 6 minutes. You know, next thing you know, there's 3 possessions, the quarter's over. You know, it's happening a lot. It's a very interesting start to the NFL season. Pat Kirwan to join us in a little less than 40 minutes to talk about it.
All right.
Mark Miller, by the way, should not be bogged down with how bad his co-host is. Mark Miller went 4-1 last week. Mark Miller's at 55% on the year. All right? He's 11-9, 55% picking games. And that's after a really bad week 1. He's, what are you, like 10-5 in your last 15 picks? I think you are.
I had back-to-back losing weeks. Went 2-3, 2-3, and then 3-2, 4-1.
Okay. So anyway, you're on a roll. You're a winner. You should not be lumped in with how much your co-host sucks. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
I appreciate that. I'm going head-to-head with Lee right off the bat. I'm taking Georgia. You said it earlier. Doesn't it feel like Georgia has to win this game? It does. And I think the weapons for Georgia will come out a little bit this game. I think it's a low-scoring game, but I think Georgia and Beck will take his step towards a Heisman. I'm not saying he's going to win it, but this is a springboard game. I see Beck having a good night, and I see Georgia winning the game in a close one, 24-21. Purdue's arguably one of the worst teams in Division I football. They play Nebraska. Nebraska's coming off of a loss. Nebraska should be a little honked off. I say they go on the road and beat Purdue by more than 10. Give me the Cornhuskers and I'll lay the 10. And this is hopefully I'm sitting 2-0 at this point when I go to bed after the Georgia game. And I can wake up in the morning and find out how this bet did, because this is the last game of the night. Oregon and UCLA. UCLA, another bad football team. Oregon is yet to have their release the Ducks party. I think they release the Ducks on Saturday night and score a bunch of points. Huge number, 25.5. Give me Oregon laying 25.5 against UCLA at an 11 o'clock Eastern start. On Sunday, the Colts can't stop the run and have essentially a rookie quarterback playing that defense. I think Pittsburgh wins another one. They're only laying 1.5. It's a virtual pick 'em. Give me the Steelers over the Colts. And Kansas City's undefeated. They may stay undefeated, but I don't see them blowing out the Chargers. I'm going to take the Chargers in the 7 points against the Chiefs. I think LA can keep the game close. With the style they play, Herbert's expected to play. He has to for this game to be a cover for me. Give me the Chargers plus 7.
All right. I like it. Tell you what, I'm going to do you a solid. There were 2 picks that we agreed on. I'm going to erase one of them.
Why? How many games did you have written down?
6. I had 6. Okay. But I'll erase one of them because I don't want to jinx you.
I'm not. David, come on board. There's room on this train.
Nope. I don't want to do it. Okay. I don't want my stank, okay, infiltrating your pristine area right now. All right. But I'm going to have to do it on one game. I'm taking Georgia. I just think it's time. I just think if you're associated with that program as a player or coach, what have you, it's like, listen, we got to beat these guys. Okay. I know Nick's not there. We got to beat them. All right. I know Milroe's dangerous. I know so far Alabama's receivers have made more big plays than Georgia's receivers. Does Georgia's offense concern me? Yes. The fact they haven't had a breakout yet, I actually think Saturday night's the breakout. And I know you're going against Alabama. Yes, against Alabama. Because this is the quarterback who's going to hit the open receivers. Western Kentucky's quarterback couldn't. South Florida's quarterback couldn't. Okay, this is the quarterback that can do it. I'm going to take Georgia. Lay the point. I like Rutgers tonight. Washington's not – they lost everybody. Love the coach. I think he's going to build them back up. Fish, all right, but – I like Rutgers at home. This is a big deal in New Brunswick. Trust me, I know. Grew up 20 minutes away. I'm sitting 25 minutes away. All right. This primetime game for Rutgers, the national attention. This is a big deal for this program. All right. They're fired up. They're undefeated, by the way. They dominated Virginia Tech last week. They gave up 2 scores in 3 minutes late in the fourth quarter. They had a 15, 16-point lead. Next thing you know, they were tied. You know how they handled it? They methodically drove down the field, kicked the field goal and won. All right. This is a solid team. Rutgers going to win. They're going to cover the 2. Illinois is getting 19.5. I don't know. I don't think Illinois is a great team, but I think they're pretty good. I think they're solid. I don't know. I just think it's too many points. Do I think Penn State's going to win at home? Yeah. Do I wish Bielema didn't make fun of the whiteout this week? Yeah. I wish, but that's part of Brett's charm. I'm taking Illinois with the 19.5. I just think it's too many. All right. And this pains me to do it because deep down, I do root for the Irish. I actually think Louisville's going to win. I think they got the better quarterback. I think they have the better weapons. I think they have the better play caller. I think Louisville's going to go into South Bend as a 7-point dog and win. So I'm taking the 7. And finally, I know Frank Ragnow is going to be out, but the Lions are beating the Seahawks. So it's just a matter of, are they going to win by 4? Yeah, they are. Seattle's been pretty muddy. They've kind of ham and egg their way to 3-0. Tough to ham your egg and way past the Lions. Bucks did it. I don't think Seattle will be able to do it. I like Detroit at home laying the 3.5 on Monday Night Football. And for the record, the game I stayed away from was Steelers-Colts. I crossed that one out. I said, you know what? I'll let Mark have that.
It's funny. I looked hard at the Illinois game and the Louisville game and didn't do it. Miller and Moulton. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Where did you see the Illinois at 19.5? The biggest I see, it's 18 for what it's worth. Hard Rock Bets has got it 17.5. Score App's got it 18. I'll give you your 1.5. You need it these days.
ESPN Bet has it 19.5. But
Wow.
okay, I mean, we could.
No, that's fine. As long as you got it.
No. I'll knock it down a point. How about we go with 18.5?
If you got it at 19.5, that's fine. As long as it's listed somewhere. I just didn't know where it was listed. I couldn't find it. And that's why I'm looking at all these sites and blew the breakout by 10 seconds.
So what do you have it at?
One at 17.5, one at 18. But I've got, I couldn't find it at 19.5. So if ESPN Bet's got it 19.5, play it at 19.5. Might want to make that bet before you leave Jersey. Did Lee send you the picks?
Mm-hmm. No, not the.
Okay.
I said, hold on.
I don't know if he just sends them to you because usually he sends them to both.
I text Lee.
Oh, I just did too.
Okay.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. And that's when Pat Kirwan will join us, and we'll go through most of week 4 in the NFL, which got underway last night with the Cowboys holding off the Giants 20-15. And I think folks who are fans of the Cowboys are going to panic a little bit. Last 3 years, when we swept the Giants, we dominated them on the way to 12 wins. Now we could barely beat them. Does it show we're slipping? We're not the team we used to be. This season's not going to go well. September. Just don't get caught up in the style points thing. You know what you pay attention to? Standings, injury report. That's just my feeling about the NFL. Standings, injury report. That's really important. This isn't the AP top 25.
No, and like Pat will tell us again here in a few minutes and told us on Tuesday, the big difference to him between Saturdays and Sundays is what happened last week. All the 0-2 teams beat the 2-0 teams. That doesn't happen on Saturdays. That happens on Sundays. So to your point, David, the only thing that matters is the W column.
We haven't made our NFL picks yet, but so last week, as you mentioned, we were trying to figure out how are the 0-2s going to do. And they went 6-3 straight up. And they were 6-1 till Monday night. Both 0-2 teams losing on Monday. So now we got 3 0-3s. Tennessee at Miami, Cincinnati at Carolina, and Jacksonville at Houston. So they're all on the road. Do you like any of those 3 to avoid going 0-4?
Cincinnati.
Okay.
I mean, clearly Cincinnati.
But is it possible that Carolina is not the worst team in the league with Andy Dalton at quarterback?
That's very much possible.
Okay. I mean, Cincinnati has just lost at home to New England and Washington.
Yes, they have.
I'm just wondering if maybe we need to get off this Bengals wagon. Can still love Burrow, but I mean, hey, Trevor Lawrence looks like he's quarterbacking a bad team now too.
The difference between those two is that I watched Joe Burrow, and you saw it in person on Monday night, play a really good football game. That loss was not Joe Burrow's fault. That loss was the Cincinnati Bengals defense. That's where that loss came. He did everything necessary to win a football game. They missed a field goal. He was sensational, and they just ended up on the short end of the stick in that game. Trevor Lawrence is yet to play a game where he looks like an NFL quarterback this year, David.
He hasn't looked good, and neither have they. And you do wonder how much things would be different in Jacksonville if Holland didn't punch out that ball from ATN and he goes in and makes it 24-7 late third. You do wonder that this team just need a little bit of confidence, just a little something to go their way. They get out of Miami with a week 1 win. You just wonder, would things be drastically different in Jacksonville if not for that one play? But I mean, do you have any faith? Like a game that I thought of playing, the line has moved a 1.5. And in the NFL, that's a lot. And it's moved without a major injury also. Houston opened a 4.5-point favorite over Jacksonville. It's up to 6. I mean, do you have any confidence at all in Jacksonville? Forget winning. Like, are you confident that the Jags are going to go in and give the effort and the performance against Houston that we thought they were going to give in Buffalo?
David, I know it's cliche, but they have to get off to a good start, because if they don't, their confidence is so shaken right now that I can't, Houston comes down and scores on their first 2 drives. Could we have a repeat of what happened with Buffalo and Jacksonville?
Now, I may be kicking myself because I was going to play Houston. I was going to be like, well, listen, you got to be kidding me. There's no team who's in the fetal position right now more than the Jags. But Houston has no running game. Joe Mixon got hurt third quarter, first game of the year. And not only that, his backup is out also. I mean, they didn't rush for 100 yards in their week 2 win. They rushed for like 37 against Minnesota. They have no running game right now. They are completely one-dimensional. And so I thought, so maybe because of it, Jacksonville can hang. Maybe. But then again, I mean, I don't know if the Jags defense even with that one dimension. So, but that's the only reason I didn't jump all over Houston, is because their top 2 running backs are out and they don't have a running game. So I'm like, well, maybe one-dimensional Houston won't cover the 6.
Jacksonville, the only team in the National Football League without a takeaway.
It's remarkable. It's remarkable that the other team didn't just screw one up. And, like Trevor did the throw one to DeMar Hamlin. Just a tipped ball at the line of scrimmage. A receiver who, doesn't catch it, bounces off the hands. I mean, it's.
In fact, see, I'm the other way, and I think Houston's going to win, and I'm going to pick Houston. But of the 3 games, first off, Tennessee beating Miami, that would surprise you?
No, it wouldn't. See, this is where personal bias enters the equation. I actually saw Tyler Huntley. When Lamar got hurt the 1 year and Baltimore lost a bunch of games, we had at Fox the Ravens a couple times. He played well. They lost close games. He moved the ball. They scored points. Their defense let them down that year. I mean, Huntley was loose. That was the year he went to the Pro Bowl, with the 2 touchdown passes.
Right.
But he moved the ball. They scored points. I mean, he threw 10 passes a game to Mark Andrews. And Mark Andrews fantasy owners would love that, wouldn't they, right now? But so I actually saw Tyler Huntley when Tyler Huntley, played a little bit, and you thought to yourself, well, I don't know if that's a starting quarterback, but that's a backup quarterback in the league. He can move the ball. Now, I probably should have taken Tennessee. That's how little faith we now have in Mike McDaniel and the Dolphins. And I will say this, if they lose at home to Tennessee, Katie bar the door, this team will collapse.
You wonder from Miami what type of offense they can have without Tua. And it doesn't seem like there's, you just talked about Huntley, who threw to the two tight end. Well, the Dolphins don't throw to the tight ends. There's no security. What's the security blanket for a quarterback coming to Miami?
It's supposed to be Tyreek Hill. I mean, it is. It's supposed to be Tyreek Hill.
Then I want to see wide receiver screens. Then I want to see quick hitters. I don't need it to be a downfield pass where he's going to beat somebody deep, because they've figured out a way to eliminate that by and large.
So I picked Louisville to beat Notre Dame straight up. That's my upset pick of the week. You got one?
It's not as big of a point spread. It's a small point spread, and I almost played it. And I can't figure out why BYU is a 3-point dog against Baylor for the life of me.
Well, I can. See, to me, this is where Vegas is sucking us in. That Vegas knows Baylor's going to win this game.
Right. And Baylor blew the game against Colorado last week.
Right.
It's a job-saving or job-losing type of game for Baylor.
I mean, if the Hail Mary doesn't get complete and Baylor's 3-1 instead of 2-2, okay, would you be shocked at the Baylor -3 line? No, I don't think you would. But because of the Hail Mary and the fact that they're 2-2, people are going to go, hold on a second, I can get 4-0 BYU and 3 points, 3.5 in some places.
Just destroyed K-State.
They did.
Destroyed them.
I will say that Kansas and K-State, the state of Kansas's football has been grossly overrated this year. It's another reason the Chiefs may have to move to Kansas just to upgrade the state of football in Kansas. But, So the other game that I should have played and didn't have the guts to, Mark, Daniels just had that great performance on Monday Night Football. Few people saw it. Washington's 2-1. They've won 2 in a row. They haven't punted in 2 weeks. They're a 3.5-point underdog at Arizona. That line opened at 5, by the way. And 1.5 has moved towards Washington. And I'm telling you, that's Vegas just sucking you in. That's just throwing the line in the water and slowly reeling it in which they go, yeah, I know. Jaden Daniels, Washington, yep, they're hot. They're good. Yeah, Arizona's going to win, guys. Trust us. This is how this works. Arizona's going to win.
I will say I'm interested in both Florida directionals this week. South Florida taking on Tulane. They're a 4.5-point dog in that game. How does Golish and the crew do against Tulane, who's played pretty good football? They lost a close one to Oklahoma. They've played a tough schedule as well in the early going and have been very competitive in that tough schedule. How will South Florida do on the road against Tulane? That one's an interesting game to me. And UCF's got a big number to cover against Colorado. Can they do it in what should be a great atmosphere in Orlando?
Well, the story within the story here, first off, it's bet down to 14. It was a little over 14. I'll say this. I would be tempted to take UCF if they can get under 14, even at 13.5. Here's the problem I see for Colorado. They can't stop the run. UCF can run the ball. I mean, that's what Gus Malzahn does. I mean, KJ Jefferson can't throw it, but he and they can run it. And this game may not be as exciting as you think because UCF may keep the ball on long drives. Because I don't know if Colorado State, remember, Colorado's defense gave up what, like 250 rushing in North Dakota State? Yeah, UCF's running game's twice as good as North Dakota State. That, to me, is the game within the game here. I don't know how many possessions Sanders is going to have to throw the ball because I think UCF is going to run it down their throat.
So those are a couple other games. I'm fascinated by the directional Floridas this week to see how they do. And do you have a vibe one way or the other on South Florida and Tulane?
Well, you know me and the Fighting Golishes.
Right.
Okay. We're both all in on that guy. We think he's a big-time coach, and we hope South Florida can keep him. I am worried about this one thing. They responded well the week after losing to Alabama, but I wonder if Miami's beating was a little more physical, if you know what I mean. Like, we keep track of teams the week after they play the Niners. I mean, there was that stat that went for years that certain teams just beat you up. And I'm worried about South Florida physically against Tulane because Miami spent an hour and a half just putting their face in the dirt.
Kentucky gave Georgia a game. They go on the road to take on Ole Miss. Ole Miss is 16-point favorite. What do you think? Do you think Ole Miss can, at home, run away from Kentucky?
I do. Because Lane's not going to take his foot off the gas.
Never does.
Lane knows what the point spread is. Trust me. He made sure to cover against Georgia Southern. And I love Lane, but you blankety blank, that costs me. Come on now.
It's your fault for betting against Lane.
I thought he'd take his starters out earlier. Should have known better.
Miller and Moulton. Text line's open at 21,000-2100. If you've not texted the show in quite some time, you need to text the keyword Miller. Pat Kirwan coming up at the top of the hour as we'll dive in to week 4 in the National Football League and get through a bunch of the games as well as recap a little bit of last night's Dallas win over the Giants.
So there you go. Try to find the upsets. Every week you look at the board and you go, I just don't see them. By the way, I didn't have the guts to take SMU and lay the 6 against Florida State. I mean, Florida State's awful. Why didn't I bet against DJ Ukulele there? Everybody should bet against the ukulele.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, Pat.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Good. How'd the storm hit your street or not?
Nothing where we are really, Pat.
Good. Yeah.
The beach got a little flooding. You know, there's Sanibel got a little bit, but nothing. I didn't see anything that was too bad around here.
Nope. Great. We won lotto this time.
Yep.
Yeah. Everything else good?
Yeah, no complaints. How about you?
Good. Just football. You know, I screwed up my ankle a week ago. Stepped in a hole. I was taking the docks out of the lake, and I had taken the last piece out, and then I forgot something. So I went down to the lake. I had a set of stairs, but because the ramp was gone and the dock itself was gone, I had to kind of lower myself about 5 feet down to the lake, and I stepped on a rock, which then I slipped off the rock, twisted my ankle, fell on top of that, and I just ice and elevate, right? No big deal, sprained ankle. But after 6 days, it didn't get better. So I finally went to see my team doctor, Stephen Nicholas, and now it's got plantar fasciitis and ligament damage. So,
oh, geez,
I'm in a walking boot for a month. So, I can't even get the walking boot on yet because it's still so swollen. So, I would think work is out this week. Anyway, it's kind of shit happens. But outside of that, it's just, you know what? You look at this schedule. Maybe it's because there's been so many crazy scores. I could say on this schedule, there's at least 8 games. Throw the 2 teams up in the air and see who lands first.
And you know what? I think we're going to get a great week of NFL football because the schedule looks awful.
Yes. Thank you.
You know what I mean? Like, I mean, Philly and Tampa Bay interest me. Minnesota and Green Bay interest me. New Orleans and Atlanta interest me. But there aren't a lot of like marquee games, if you will. And that usually means we get a great NFL week.
Yeah. You know, Cincinnati versus Carolina, who cares? Except all of a sudden Andy Dalton changed the – and you know what I love about Andy playing? I'm not a big Andy fan as it relates to being a starter. But they were just about blaming the whole team instead of Bryce Young. He needs a better supporting cast. I must have heard that 10 times. Well, Andy comes in and the supporting cast was good enough. So I was kind of happy for the players on the team that no more taking the blame for Bryce.
Yeah, that looks like that experiment's done. They going to trade him?
Well, you know what you're going to get from him. The same thing you get for Trey Lance. So I have a feeling they're going to try to keep him for another year. I wouldn't want him. I don't think I'd give you a 4th for him.
Well, that's the thing.
Would you if you were Miami?
No, there's a contract that I got to worry about. He might not play for me either. There's a lot of money left in that deal.
All right. And
you know what? Unless you told me Mark he was going to grow 3 inches, think
Well, you and I were in the same spot on that one, Pat.
Yep.
It's one of the few I got right.
Well, this is a week. This is a week where going 8-8 is a real possibility in picks.
Oh, Pat, we've managed to pull that off. In fact, I think we did it last week.
Yeah, everyone's doing it. I have to spend time with the guys in their picks as well. And Matt Ryan got the first 7 wrong. So, flip your card, Matty. Just go the other way.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Joined once again by Pat Kirwan, he of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, CBS's NFL Today show. Pat's show on NFL Radio's 3 to 7 weekdays, and during the season, 2 to 5 on Saturdays. Pat joining us courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. He joins us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. Pat, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. And I'm expecting, David, that you at least stayed up all night for your Giants because they hung around in the game. Can't run the ball, but they did hang around.
And, it's funny. If they had kept a certain running back, anyway. I'll tell you what, though, as a fan, if I could take my sportscaster hat off for a second, and this doesn't just apply to this NFL team. It applies to your baseball team, your other football, your college football. Being just good enough to lose is a very frustrating position to be in. Having a quarterback that's just good enough to keep you in the game but not win it is a very frustrating place to be.
Yeah, because you take the cheese on those things, and next thing you know, you're just once again disappointed. But there's no alternative at this point, and he will flash and win a game or two in a way that you would say, "Gosh, why doesn't he do that all the time?" And so that kind of sets up who Daniel Jones really is. But I think what you just described, this is right to Mark. I think David just described more than half the league. When it comes to they're just good enough to lose close. That's what I think. If you followed that definition and looked at this week's schedule, who I would put Cincinnati on that list right now. I definitely would put the Chicago. Forget Chicago. The Rams, they're all beat up. They might be a Jacksonville. Oh God, what are they? And so there's a lot of teams that I look at them and go, no, not buying them. But there's too many of them playing each other right now. Like games that no one cares about. Washington at Arizona. That is not a clear picture to me. Is it to you?
No,
we actually talked about it last segment a little bit.
Yeah. So I think, again, that's the beauty of the league. I don't like the word parity, but I do think that the cap kind of neutralizes a lot of things. But you get right into this. We're at the quarter pole here. Guys are going to come off IR now. We're going to actually get some players back, and that might affect some rosters. But I look and say, how many teams do you – oh, here's the question to Mark. Mark, we got 5 teams that are undefeated. You must pick 3 that are going to be undefeated at the end of this weekend.
Pittsburgh.
Lock with you.
Because what he's going to do to that young quarterback should be impressive as hell, and that defense doesn't go away. And Pittsburgh can run the ball a little bit. So 1's Pittsburgh. 2's Kansas City, because Kansas City just doesn't lose. I think the game will be closer than the number at 7, but give me the Chiefs.
And here's the hard one.
Yeah, here is the hard one.
So you got the Vikings at the Packers, you got the Bills at the Ravens, and then you got the Seahawks at the Lions.
Yeah.
If I were to pick one, I'd pick Minnesota.
Yeah, me too, probably. But again, the beauty of the league at the top is the same as the beauty of the league in the middle and the bottom. The mediocrity plays the mediocrity. But when I look at that, I go, look, last year we only had 3 undefeated teams. You guys already know this stuff. At the end of 3 weeks, 3. And we got it down to 2. Miami fell out of the undefeated on week 4. So I think we're going to land up basically around the same spot, maybe 3. But would you bet your life savings on Minnesota beating Green Bay or Seattle beating Detroit or Buffalo beating Baltimore? I wouldn't.
So even though the Vikings have beaten the Niners and the Texans in back-to-back weeks, do we, and when I say we, I don't mean the three of us. I mean, we is like, NFL fandom. Do we need to see them go into Lambeau and beat the Packers with Jordan Love before we finally go, okay, now they're legit?
I think so. I mean, they're really the talk of the town, and Sam Darnold is really doing well and all that. The defense is pretty good. But I think the same exact comment you just made applies to Seattle. No one's taking them that serious. But if they go and beat Detroit in Detroit, are we going to have a different mindset next week for Seattle?
Yes.
Me too. Now, Buffalo coming in and trying to do it to Paul, that's a whole different thing. Those two are going to see each other again in the postseason. But to me, Seattle and Minnesota have it, as you like to call it, a defining moment game. They have got to deliver. Otherwise, they're going to be, well, nice start, but they're probably going to fizzle now.
Well, in Buffalo, I mean, I don't know if you're still stuck doing the NFL power polls that you love so much, Pat, but if you were to rank a team first right now, Buffalo, I think, would be it in everybody's mind the way they've played. But going into Baltimore, and Baltimore's given up some leads this year. I mean, they gave up a big lead against Dallas and still won that. They gave up the lead against Vegas and blew that game. Baltimore hasn't looked like world beaters yet. And what Buffalo's done, particularly on defense, has surprised the hell out of me.
Yeah, well, that coach, people like to get on Sean McDermott, but he is a phenomenal defensive coach. And he plays great mental games with the coverages and everything else. Every quarterback I know that's had to play against him always, I said, tell me what you think of Sean. Oh, those safeties. Oh, that secondary. Really hard to read. And so he's done a great job. And he kind of overhauled the whole thing, which always says something about Brandon Beane to me. But do I ever think I should doubt Josh Allen? No. I think Josh Allen is take the team, put him on his back. Now, Lamar does it too. And this is the great debate on our show. And this will happen today because they're playing each other. But it's amazing how divided the listeners are about who's the best quarterback of those two. And both of them could deliver a win with personal effort. So I don't know. It's just a hard game to figure out. Who am I cheering for? I go to both camps every year. I like both head coaches a lot. Now, we had a guy yesterday. This was disappointing to me. He said that the city of Baltimore cannot stand John Harbaugh and want him out. And I go, what a bunch of naive fools. John is a very good coach and has put this thing together and kept it going. But they're at the point where they're trying to run him out. They did run out Pete. Even Belichick was getting booed. So John sounds like he's the next guy on the list of public enemy number one, which is really disappointing to me.
I'm fascinated, and I know we glossed over at the Vikings-Packers game. I mean, the Vikings have just whacked San Francisco and Houston. Whacked. I know Jordan Love's coming back, but where's the matchup in this game? Green Bay's a favorite basically because they're at home, but is there a matchup in this game that you really like one team over the other?
Well, the first thing is I don't know which quarterback's definitely playing. So that kind of disturbs the opportunity to put some kind of big matchup in front of me. To me, covering Jefferson, whoever has to do that, will be part of it for sure. And then, I don't know, probably up front, blocking the front. And Minnesota, again, I never thought when they got rid of Hunter that they would be like this. So I don't know where the big matchup is. I ask myself that question, though, David, every week about every team. I just stop and go, does this team have any guys that defy the X's and O's? Because if you ask that question and you can get to the number 3, that they have 3 players that defy the X's and O's, then magic can happen on a Sunday. These guys, the great ones, will take over a game. So there are teams that don't have anyone. Now, it looks to me like the Giants finally have one in Neighbors. He defy the X's and O's guy. But in the Minnesota, I'm not sure I see one yet that I go, whoa, that guy's a lock. He's an all-pro. They're just playing great, as a team right now.
Well, when you look at the Saints and the Falcons, Pat, where are the matchups there? Because Atlanta seems to have guys that defy the X's and O's. They don't use one of them, but they've got a receiver who's pretty damn good. They got a running back who's pretty damn good. They got a tight end who we all think is good that they don't use. I'm trying to figure out who the hell New Orleans is.
New Orleans, like maybe this is my cynical part, and I'm sure it is, but I've come to not trust Derek Carr. Like, he can dazzle you. He's very talented. He's a guy that won't leave the pocket. I think defenses know it. And he can have some shaky moments. To me, Cousins is not like that. I would give Cousins a little bit more on game day. Now, we don't have to talk about the postseason yet because we're not there. Cousins, to me, can get the most out of their talent. And Carr, sooner or later, and maybe I got to change my attitude on him, but it's really hard. I don't know. I've followed him for a long time. And I like the guy. But I don't know. I think some of the things they've done. Now, when you get to Atlanta, you got to worry about those two linemen that are missing. And what are they going to do with McGarry? Is he going to get going here? We already know Dolman's gone to IR. Speaking of that, an injured lineman. I think that's the subtle problem with a lot of these games. David pays really close attention to this stuff, but there are too many offensive lines that have been mutilated. And you don't see it because they're not the defy the X and O type guys. But all of a sudden, wow, they're missing 3 starters. And half of them are missing 2 right now. They'll lose another one early in the game. And the next thing, they can't protect the quarterback. So I think the epidemic's in the O-line.
Pat, isn't the stat that it's on average of almost 3 offensive linemen per team if you count training camp, preseason injuries, and injuries so far, that guys that are out or on injured list for teams that are offensive linemen is around on average of 3 per team. And so if you think about that, first off, most teams only want to activate no more than 8 on game day,
right?
Which means that teams basically are down to only 5 guys that they want to be playing, if ever. Okay, some teams only activate 7 offensive.
Yeah, I would say more than half the teams are only 7.
Right. And so, if you're averaging less than a month into the season down 3 offensive linemen, whether they're depth pieces or starters, you could see the state that offensive lines are in this league.
I absolutely think it's the biggest critical problem. I told you guys on Tuesday, I tallied 92 offensive linemen that were not available via injured reserve, PUP, and on the roster. But since then, I think we've had 4 go to IR. We're going to be near 100 by the end of the games on Sunday. 100. Then hopefully some will come back. But yes, it was close to 3 per team. And you got to figure there's 2 starters and a rookie. They were, had a stub toe or something and put them on IR in August. But it's not healthy. And it's really, if you really drill down to a lot of these games, that's what you're worried about. And you can say, well, Stafford's still out there and he's a go-get-him guy. Yeah, he's got no lineman in front of him. And
which,
how can
again,
it last?
Makes very impressive what Pittsburgh has done, because they're one of those teams that are down 3 offensive linemen, and yet they keep on winning. He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, CBS's NFL Today show. Another segment with Pat on the other side, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Are you suffering from neuropathy? Do you experience stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your feet? Are you tired of sleepless nights and avoiding life due to pain? If you've been diagnosed with neuropathy or experiencing pain or numbness in your feet, pick up the phone and call us right now before it's too late at 239-382-7332. Again, that's 239-382-7332. Neuropathy is a very serious and progressive disease where your nerves start to break down. Eventually, it leads to balance problems, falls, complete loss of independence, and can lead to amputation.
Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Norrell, DC. Our program addresses the underlying causes and doesn't simply mask your symptoms with medication. In fact, many patients start experiencing relief from neuropathy symptoms within weeks. There's no surgery and no use of prescription drugs.
Pick up the phone right now and call 239-382-7332. Call us today at Restore Health. 239-382-7332.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
How about up at your house, David? Did you get much weather?
There's, I'd say, about 15% of the region, maybe more, is without power this morning. But, you know, my wife and mother-in-law and daughter and granddaughter and son-in-law are all fine.
All right.
But the areas that flood experienced a little bit of flooding, is my understanding. There's a tornado watch, then maybe a tornado that touched down near the World Golf Village. But for the most part, Jacksonville escaped, you know, pretty clean.
Good. Is the St. Mary's River, is that the one that floods?
I think it's St. John's River.
Oh, St. John's, yeah.
Goes from Jacksonville to
that
Orlando.
Comes all the way across the state.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we're fortunate. We live in an area that's about, I'd say, 5 miles south of the area that floods the most in Jacksonville. So we're on higher, clearly higher ground.
Are you at your house now? Those are
No,
like
I'm in
big trees
Jersey.
out behind you.
I'm in Jersey. I left.
Oh,
This is what I was worried about. I was scheduled to fly out at 1 o'clock today out of Jacksonville, and I knew the weather would be most likely okay at 1 o'clock Friday. I just didn't know if my plane was going to get in, because my plane was coming this morning from Dallas, and I just didn't know if they'd let that plane land in time for me to leave on it.
that's why I don't go down there until November.
And it's why I just couldn't take the risk. So I said, I got to get away from the storm. I didn't want to go to LA Wednesday night. So I'm like, listen, I'll go to Jersey, see my mom, and then fly out of Newark to go to LA today.
Yeah. No, that's why I can't risk it. I said this to Mark Tuesday. It's Russian roulette. I got 9 weeks where I stay up here. And there's no chance all 9 would have been clear sailing on a Saturday morning up or a Sunday night down. Nope. Just not going to be burned. Especially
right, you come down in November, right?
Yeah, November 4th. And kind of like the coast is clear, but yeah, I just can't afford to have my flight canceled on Saturday morning when I have to be up there. There's no way.
Sometime in the next 4 weeks, we're going to have to make arrangements for, although I'm actually coming to town for a scan in a couple of weeks, but we'll have to make arrangements between the two of us to pick up your Blades tickets.
Oh, I appreciate that.
I think they start I could be wrong. I think they start on the road this year. So I think their home opener's a week later than normal.
Well,
Don't
Mark
quote me on that.
He may not work for the Blades anymore, but he knows all.
I don't. I'm checking right now for you.
So the irony of irony, you know how much grief Cassio used to give you about your love of the Blades?
Yes.
His 2 boys think it's the greatest thing in the world. And so John is the hero of heroes when he gets Blades tickets. And John bought Blades playoff tickets last year and really good seats, and he only bought 2. So the youngest ones sit on his lap, okay, and the like 5-year-old sits next to him.
Oh,
Opening night, 25th.
October 25th?
Yep.
Great. I take care of John a couple times. How much is John weigh these days?
Oh, my
Not
goodness.
very much.
He's lost like 130 pounds.
Yeah.
He's exercising every day also.
I love it. He was just physically changing his facial, and when I saw him last, and I didn't recognize him.
Yeah.
I mean, which is a good thing, but I looked right at him. I go, as soon as I heard the voice, I knew it was John. But if the guy didn't talk, I would have been like, who the hell are you? My man. What a great guy. Yeah.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains and CBS's NFL Today show. Joining us courtesy of Pinchers on the American Paint Supplies hotline. All right. How about this Chiefs-Chargers game? It's a division game. It's a chance for Harbaugh to really show that life is going to be different. But, Pat, he's missing 5 starters, including both offensive tackles. I know the Chiefs haven't found their A game yet. Herbert's probably going to play, but how in the world does he beat the Chiefs down 5 starters?
I don't think he can. And, if you're going to play Justin Herbert and you don't have starting tackles, that's going to be a problem for you. Derwin James isn't going to play amongst all those injuries. He gets a 1-game suspension. So Kansas City has been close to the vest the whole time, winning by 1 touchdown margins or less. They've had to come from behind on this nice winning streak they're on multiple times. But this is the Charger game. And to me, they won't need any motivation for this one. I think they'll be fine in this game, and they'll move. They're not going to look. They're not going to, the 3 of us, that they're Super Bowl champs again. I think they keep making me feel like they could get bumped off in the playoffs if they keep playing like this. But that's a long way off. I think they'll be ready for this one. We think Mahomes, or I do anyway. Mahomes loves this stuff, and he'll move the ball around. I could see them winning this game by 7 points.
And that's the number that it is. So, Pat, right on with Vegas. All right, Tampa Bay was humiliated last week. They looked awful in the game against Denver. Offense was stagnant. Denver did whatever they wanted to offensively against the Tampa Bay defense, and now Philly comes to town. When you look at this game, do you see a bounce back for Tampa, or did Tampa get exposed last week?
Well, Tampa was winning and not really doing very well statistically when you looked at their offense and their defense. I give great respect to the head coach. He gets a lot out of these guys, but ultimately I felt like they don't really have a great running game by any means. I still like Baker and his receivers. They're going to get Vita Vea back most likely, which is good. But I think they're kind of an average team that most of the time they're not going to beat themselves. Now, they beat these guys in the playoffs. Philly, to me, your description with that, if you didn't mention a team, you could have said to me, Mark, guess which team I'm talking about? I wouldn't have been able to guess. I might have said Philly, because they're the same thing to me. They are not what they're supposed to be, and they don't show up for all the things they need to be. I do think that Jalen will run the ball here himself. I do think I'm going to take Philly to win the game. I think Tampa Bay is going to be in the middle of the pack most of the year and fighting for the division title with whoever that winner of the St. Atlanta game is. But I'm not sold on Tampa Bay that they're a really, really good team right now.
Well, and they are banged up along the defensive line. We mentioned the 3-0 teams. Well, we got 3 0-3s. I know we glossed over them. Of the 0-3s, which one do you give the best chance of not being 0-4? Is it Cincinnati at Carolina?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Jacksonville is going to Houston, or they're home with Houston. Houston's owned the Jags for reasons unknown to me, but I've asked Bill O'Brien about it. That was one of those things where they always feel good. They can beat Jacksonville. Trevor Lawrence is now starting to have these conversations with himself about rebounding and talking himself into it. I don't like that one. I'm not sure about Tennessee. They might actually be able to handle Miami if Miami's going to play Tyler Huntley. I think Cincinnati is the one that can bounce back.
What's going on with Trevor Lawrence in your estimation? You said he's talking to himself. I mean, we talked about the pass he threw against Buffalo that was maybe as open as a receiver could be from an open pocket when he threw it to DeMar Hamlin. What, in your estimation, has gone wrong with Trevor Lawrence, or is he just an average quarterback?
Well, he's got above average skills. If you look at everything from his body's type to his arm strength to his intellect, what I wonder about is the fire in the belly part. The competitive, the stuff Baker Mayfield only has, right? That guy's digging in and being tough, and he doesn't know that he's 6 foot tall. He doesn't know that, he's not a great runner. He's just feisty. And Trevor, now he might be getting it because he's starting to talk. And he said, I'll remember what everyone said about me, all that stuff guys say when they're not, upset. He's got to play mad, and he's got to play angry, and he's got to play 60 minutes that way. And now it's an epidemic for him. So I have little faith in him right now until he gets where he wants to punch someone in the mouth. Honestly, I think he's just going to find himself. I don't think he can cruise through the NFL and win. I think you got to really put a fire in your belly all the time. He might have one now, but it's a little too late for me to buy into him that he's going to change radically for every game left. He might this week, but at the end of the day, I have a hard time betting on him. Do you guys feel like you'd bet on him?
Well, right now, you can't bet on anything associated with the Jacksonville Jaguars except for them to lose. I mean,
Right.
Seriously, they look broken. They do. All right. I mean, we've got a few people who we're close to who covered the Jags. And the one thing that everyone around the Jags said, Pat, was that this was the best room that they've had in a really long time. That this was the perfect mix of veterans and young guys and what have you, and that this team could certainly handle the adversity that they didn't handle at the end of last year. And they look as if they're a complete and utter disaster 3 games into the season with the best room that they've had in 20 years.
And this is where you learn from everyone you work with. So I always try to say, what would this guy do in this situation? If I said to you, Mark, if Parcells was the head coach here, what would he be doing right now? He might be benching Trevor and saying, look, you come out and play the way you've been playing, I'm going to put you right down on the bench. I don't give a damn about your contract. So I like Doug Peterson, but I do think Trevor has been treated with kid gloves, and that's okay if you're self-motivated and driven. This team needs a spark, and the only spark can come from is the quarterback. No, the middle linebacker is not going to stand up and make everyone ready to go. It's not that. The tight end can't clap and say we're better than it. No, it's one guy. And until he gets himself right emotionally, I think they're going to be struggling along like this. And then the owner's going to flip out at the end of the year.
If he waits till the end of the year, the way this is going, Pat, this could be the first casualty. If they lose to Houston, go 0-4, and what you described, I can't see changing because you're right. I don't see the fire of Trevor Lawrence. I'm not saying he's getting fired 0-4, but it's coming.
And what kind of coach would that owner hire, David? If he can't hire anyone in season, but what kind of guy would he bring in here?
Well, it'll be one of 2 classic hires. He'll bring in the most offensive gifted quarterback guy he can find, like Joe Brady's doing in Buffalo with Josh Allen. Okay. And they haven't lost a regular season game since he's been calling the plays. Or, okay, I had nice guy Doug Peterson. What am I going to bring in? I'm going to bring in tough ass whomever, whether it's Belichick or whoever he can get his hands on.
Right. I think so. You made a point about Brady there, and I'll say this. When I was talking to Josh Allen, I said, how's your relationship with Brady? And he goes, it's tested at times. He goes, we argue, and that's when I heard that. That's the kind of guy that Trevor Lawrence needs to be around, who's not going to take it from him. Parcells would have benched him, in my opinion.
30 seconds. Browns, Raiders, both 1-2. I think the loser of their season's shot.
Yeah, I'm not, and I like Kevin Stefanski. I'm going to go with the Raiders because I don't think the way the line is decimated in Cleveland, they're going to be able to block Crosby and Wilkins.
10 seconds. Bears at home for the Rams. Isn't that a must-win for Chicago?
Yeah, they couldn't run the ball against the worst run defense last week was the Colts. Now it's the Cowboys. They couldn't run against that defense. And I talked to Zaire Franklin about it. He goes, we were just tired and we were embarrassed. We went out and said, we're not letting them run on us. And if the Bears can't run again, they'll lose again.
Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, CBS's NFL Today Show, joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers. Pat, thanks so much. Safe travels. Have a great weekend. Miller and Moulton.
Take care, fellas. Thank you.
Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Are you 9-20 on your picks, David?
No, 6-16.
6-16. Okay, that's the...
27%, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. That's when the Diamond District bonus hour gets underway in the 239 and the 904. We hope that you and yours, friends and family, that everyone and what they own is quote unquote okay this morning. We know that that is probably not the case, and our thoughts are with you. 21,000 is the text line. If you haven't texted in a couple months, there's a new keyword. It's Miller. That's it. Text Miller, as in winner, as in 11-9 on his picks, 7-3 in the last 2 weeks. Mark made his picks for the week. He likes Georgia, laying the 10 with Nebraska, laying a big number with Oregon because they're playing UCLA. And he likes the Steelers and the Chargers. Steelers laying 1.5, Chargers getting 7 against the Chiefs. The loss of the 2 tackles. I mean, I know it's a division game. It's Harbaugh. I get it. They're better defensively. Their style of play, it was 13-10 with the Steelers mid-fourth quarter. I mean, even though they only had 160 yards offense, they still kept it close. I know where you're thinking, but I mean, would it be crazy to play the Chiefs in a survivor pool this week?
It would for me because I don't like to play division games.
They're the third biggest number on the board. Jets are a half a point bigger at home against the Broncos. How many people lost going against the Broncos last week with the Bucks? And the Niners are the biggest one, 10-point home favorites against the Patriots. Excuse me.
I'll tell you what, my first Survivor League, I'm done. The round 2 starts this week. Who do you want me to pick, David? Give me your one NFL winner.
Well, I mean, it's difficult to imagine the Niners, who have lost 2 in a row, are going to lose at home to the Patriots. I mean, it is. Whether they cover the number, I don't care about. So that's probably should have been my lock of the week. But earlier in the week, I just thought, how in the world can the Chargers, without both offensive tackles, without 5 starters overall? Bosa, by the way, hasn't practiced all week. He's not even one of the 5 that we know is out. Okay. How in the world are they going to win? I mean, where are the points going to come from? I mean, doesn't Mahomes don't they, hit a bomb to Worthy? Doesn't Kansas City find one offensive play that the Chargers just don't have in them Sunday?
Well, and Rice is turning into a legit number 1 receiver because Worthy can stretch the field. Rice then has opportunities in the middle of the field. No, I see where your head's at with it, David. It's just a division game, and sometimes strange blank happens in divisional games.
Well, there's no doubt, the Raiders beat the Chiefs, I think, in Arrowhead last year. You're right, division games. It scares the heck out of us, and I'm with you on that. But my goodness, if the Chargers this week beat the Chiefs, there's a part of me that would think that's the biggest upset of the damn week.
And points per watch, it's right there.
They are undermanned. I mean, here's the other thing. For 3 weeks, everybody's been talking, what's wrong with Travis Kelce? Look at the haircut. Look at the look on his face. What's going on with him and Taylor? Has he lost a step? Is he close to retirement? I mean, don't you think this is the week that Mahomes looks at his buddy and says, hey, we're feeding the beast this week. You ready, big boy? Did you get your rest? I mean, he's got 6-7 catches on the year. I mean, I think there's a good chance he matches his year's production Sunday.
And that, to me, will be a good thing if I'm trying to just cover the 7. Slow the game down and make him throw it to the tight end. Don't get beat by Worthy in the deep ball. Don't get beat on long catch and runs with Rice. So I do think you're on to something, though. I wouldn't be surprised to see Kelsey with 6 catches.
I mean, I would genuinely be shocked if the Chiefs lost. And because it's a division game, I don't think they sleep on the game. You know, sometimes you get the 3-0 team and they're full of themselves and they mail it in. Well, these guys are a veteran group. They know what the deal is. And I don't think they'll mail in a division game. And, you know, watch. Final score, Chargers 23, Chiefs 13. But I would be, and here's the other thing that's weighing on me. Longtime listener of the show, okay? He's been downloading our podcasts and what have you. Him and his wife go on a ride. He's got us on. She heard me say this. She's like, you know, 1, I'm really starting to like this show. And 2, I agree with David. I'm going to play the Chiefs in my survivor pool. I'm like, no, don't let her do that. That's me. I suck. I get everything wrong. Don't do that. I can't live with myself if Mary gets eliminated from the survivor pool because of me. Oh, a lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure right there that you didn't even know you were dealing with.
No. I said to him, don't tell me that. I don't need that. Tell me after the fact. My wife ate your guts. Why? Because you suck. Well, I could have told her that. You know. Man. So that's weighing on me as well this week. You know, forget the travel plans and, you know, what have you, avoiding the storm, getting LA. I mean, if I cost Mary in the survivor pool, honestly, that'd be the worst thing to happen to me this week.
And thanks for downloading.
Yes. Thanks for listening.
Appreciate it.
Right.
All right. We're going to run through this NFL schedule here and pick
we can do it quickly. Sure.
All right. I've got them lined up how they print on my sheet. So Pittsburgh and Indianapolis. I already have the Steelers.
Yeah.
And you were with me on that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there aren't many quarterbacks I trust, you know, less than Justin Fields, but Anthony Richardson is one of them.
Minnesota and Green Bay.
I'm going history here. I will say this, when the Vikings win at Lambeau, they're a really good team that year. Casual Vikings teams don't go to Lambeau and win. So until, you know, I should be on the Vikings. I just don't think they can run the ball. I think they're going to be one-dimensional. Jordan Love late. All right. Give me the Packers.
Love coming back's the difference. I like the Packers in this one. Can Jacksonville win?
No. Houston's one-dimensional. The no running game. Their top 2 running backs are out. Okay. Could they? When late November last year, I think the last win Trevor has is in Houston, 27-24.
I'm taking a flyer. Give me Jacksonville for the win.
Wow. You don't take flyers. Give me Houston. Division's over, by the way. When the Houston wins, we put an X next to them. The division's over.
New Orleans and Atlanta. I like the Falcons in this game at home.
So we're off the whole take the road team in this series?
It's been that way for a while. It was that way the 90s, the 2000s. I don't think since the 2010s it's been as prevalent.
I'm going to go with the Falcons because I believe in them more than the Saints. Boy, did the Eagles shut down the Saints last week. You know, the blueprint's right there, Atlanta. You saw it on film last week. And get your damn act together. Hey, throw the ball to the tight end, will you?
Rams and Chicago. Rams are as banged up as anybody in the league. Chicago can't run, however.
Yeah, and do you know the difference at quarterback Matthew Stafford over Caleb Williams? I mean, that's a canyon. I should take the Bears. I know I should take the Bears. They've got a far healthier roster. Yeah, give me Stafford.
I'm with you 100%. Caleb Williams has not figured things out yet, and I think the Rams win a close one. Philadelphia
Bears need to run the ball. Run. Well, they need to keep trying.
Philadelphia at Tampa.
The Bucs are a little banged up for my liking. Give me the Eagles.
Neither team stops the run all of that effectively, but Philadelphia is more committed to running the ball than Tampa is. I like the Eagles. Cincinnati at Carolina. The Bengals going to get it done?
You know, I like teams that lose on Monday Night Football to win the next week. So, yes.
Denver at the Jets. Can the Broncos make it 2 in a row?
Can they? Sure. Will they? No. Jets also, remember, 3 extra days of rest to prepare for this one. Second road game in a row for Denver. I would like to think that Jets defense against a rookie quarterback, I would like to think they keep him in check. They got to keep him in the pocket, though. Give me the Jets.
Washington, I'm taking the Jets as well in that game. Washington against Arizona.
I don't like teams that win on Monday night the next week. I'm taking the Cardinals.
I'm taking Washington. I just think that Commanders have a pretty solid team right now, and Arizona finds ways to lose. They'll find a way to lose this one. New England and San Francisco. I think we're both taking San Francisco in that one. Cleveland at Vegas.
Well, I'll say this. When the coach calls out the team, if the team doesn't respond the next week, the season goes completely south. I think both team seasons are riding on this because winner goes to 2-2 and loser falls to 1-3. They're sticking with Minshew for another week right now. And I'm being very serious when I ask you this question. You had to win a game this Sunday. Gardner Minshew or Deshaun Watson, who would you take?
Aiden O'Connell. Now,
but I'm being serious. You have to answer the question.
I'll reluctantly take Minshew because I'm not taking Watson.
Yeah, give me the Raiders.
I'm with you on that. I think Kansas City wins. I just think the Chargers cover. You've already given your on that one. Baltimore and Buffalo.
Boy, do you have the guts to pick against Josh Allen, who so far, 3 weeks into the season, has been the best player in the league? Lamar is angry, by the way. Lamar, for the first time in his career, is grumbling at everybody. Media, coaches, teammates, friends. Okay, Lamar is sick of the way the Ravens are playing. Give me Lamar.
Boy, I thought for sure you were going to take Buffalo. I'd already written down Baltimore for me. I think Baltimore gets it done. They found that offense a little bit last week, and I think Buffalo just has their first bump in the road. Really good team, just a tough game. The 2 Monday night games, Tennessee and Miami. Aren't you happy you don't have to work that game?
Yes. Yes, I am.
I'm taking Tennessee.
Yeah. And it's not because of the quarterback thing. It's actually because I trust the Titans' defense. I think Miami could have a really hard time blocking them.
And Detroit and Seattle on Monday night as well. I'll take the Lions at home to beat the Seahawks.
I took the Lions laying 3.5. So I don't think Detroit loses 2 home games in a row. Tampa was able to ham and egg them, as I like to say. I don't think Seattle will. I will say this, though. Geno Smith is playing like 2022 Geno Smith. He's not playing like 2023 Geno Smith. All right. If 2022 Geno Smith continues, we're all going to have to change our tune. And I had the Seahawks going to the playoffs. We all may be underselling the Seahawks if 2022 Geno Smith is going to continue to play for the 24 Seahawks.
So there's a look at the NFL games. Just picking winners can be tough enough in this league to just try to find winners, as we have been able to prove time and time again on this show. We only differ on 2 games.
Well, that's about right. 2 to 4 games is what we differ on. You've got the what? 1 game lead?
I've got a 1 game lead on you.
Yeah. So, by the way, my upset specials on Saturday. I'm taking Louisville. I took the 7. Don't talk to me about Notre Dame being at home. We all know their record at home with this coach. Okay. So don't talk to me about home field advantage. That's ridiculous. Doesn't exist.
Mine's Jacksonville beating Houston on Sunday.
That'd be big. That'd be monstrous.
Houston's looked pretty average this year.
Well, they're one-dimensional without Joe Mixon. They're a passing offense, and Minnesota, first team to be able to really get after CJ Stroud. Sacks, forced turnovers. I mean, he had thrown an interception and 250 passes. They got 2 picks. I mean, here's the thing, though. It's why I didn't go with Jacksonville despite the desperation. I mean, that defense, since late third quarter against the Dolphins, what is that? They were okay against Deshaun Watson and the Browns, but actually Cleveland kind of held the ball against them. They didn't make any plays really in that game.
Yeah, the Jacksonville defense has to create a couple of turnovers. If I'm gonna be right, they're gonna have to finally get some takeaways, of which they have none this year, which that just seems impossible.
By the way, how much of a shot you give Dion and the Buffaloes? 14-point dogs.
David, when they're underdogs, they don't win.
Correct. I will say it's a running team against a throwing team. One team can't defend the run. The other team can't defend the pass real well. I mean, both teams' strengths match up against the other team's weaknesses.
Could be high scoring. That would be fun to see. That's 3:30 on Saturday as the Knights hosting Colorado. Miller and Moulton. The Diamond District bonus hour is on the other side. For those of you leaving the show, have a great weekend. We'll talk Monday. The Diamond District bonus hour is next. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. American Paint Supplies. For nearly 30 years is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour, final hour of the show, final hour of our week. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Outside of Georgia, Alabama, which is quite the heavyweight tilt. I mean, Ravens, Bills, is that the NFL's best heavyweight matchup this week?
I think you're right. There's not, on first glance, there's not a lot of meat on the bone for this football weekend. That usually means we're going to get a great football weekend.
And not only that, this wild, crazy baseball playoff race with what's happened this week with the Tigers and Royals winning all week and the Twins mostly losing all week. That race is nearly settled. All three divisions have been decided in the American League. Yankees and Guardians are playing for seeding. In the National League, all three divisions have been settled. Phillies and Dodgers are playing for seeding. Now, the Mets, Braves, Diamondbacks thing is a mess, but it's a mess that we think is going to linger all the way to Monday. So even baseball lost, we thought we were going to have, 5-6 series we absolutely had to pay attention to beginning tonight. It doesn't feel that way anymore.
All right, this is not a Tigers question. This is not Tiger talk. I'm not doing this to be self-serving for the team I root for. But it's more about the White Sox. Does Detroit take 2 or 3 from the White Sox? Because the White Sox, by sweeping the Angels, are still at 120 losses.
Right. And the other thing is that if the White Sox go into Detroit and take 2 out of 3, yes, they'll have more losses than the 62 Mets, but their winning percentage will be better because they'll finish 41-121. And they could make the case we're not the losingest team of all time. The Mets would have been worse than us. They just only played 160 games that year. We played 162. So who do you consider to be the team that lost the most games all time? The Tigers, if they go 41-121, but their winning percentage is better than the 62 Mets.
I would still say the 121 would be what we remember.
All right. Fair enough. But it will be interesting.
I'm hoping for Detroit to get 2, so it's both, if you know what I mean.
Right.
So it's the worst winning percentage and the most losses ever.
Now, what it looks like the Royals and Tigers are also playing for right now is which one's the 5 and which one's the 6. The 5 is going to Baltimore. The 6 is going to play Houston. Royals own the tiebreaker over the Tigers if they finish tied, which is where they are now. Royals in Atlanta. And Mark, your weather forecasting has been accurate. You said it was going to be sunny beginning after lunch in Atlanta. The question will be, they've gotten 2 days worth of rain, heavy at times. Is the field going to be playable? My guess is the Braves determine whether or not the field's playable. They do. Technically, the umpires do. We all know the umpires are going to look at the Braves and go, you want to play? And the Braves are going to be like, hell yeah. We ain't doing a doubleheader on Saturday and a doubleheader on Monday. Are you nuts? Besides, nobody steals bases anymore. Who cares if it's a quagmire out there?
And Arizona has the Padres, right?
Yeah. Padres' magic number to clinch the 4 seed is 2. So San Diego still has something to play for. Also, if they lose 2 out of 3 to the Padres, they likely will play the Padres in the playoffs. And I don't know that they want that. So we'll see.
This is going to be wild. Do you think that the Braves and Mets, when we come back on Monday, will they have to play 2? You know what I mean? Because if it's not necessary, they won't play a doubleheader. And one little thing we were wrong about, when I wanted them to move the game up, apparently if they would have moved the Wednesday game up, they still were getting rain. They wouldn't have been able to play that game no matter what happens.
Well, okay. I was listening to MLB Network Radio at 1:00 in the afternoon on Wednesday. And one of the two co-hosts was literally broadcasting from the ballpark in Atlanta. He said, he was asked at the top of the show, is it raining? He goes, no, it's dark. He goes, but they really needed to start this game at 1:00. And he said, this game's not going to get in tonight. The rain is coming. It's dark. So it would have been interesting. That might have been also a 5-6 inning game, Mark. That game might have, been called after 6. Which, by the way, do you then play the game at noon? I mean, don't you do whatever you got to do to get the damn game in?
From what I had read yesterday, and there was a good article in The Athletic about it, said that they would have had to start that game in the morning to finish it.
All right.
So okay. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt on the Wednesday game. Doesn't mean they couldn't have
played 2 on Tuesday then.
Correct. And as you pointed out earlier in the week, this was a makeup. This was supposed to be a 2-game series. Both teams fiddle-faddled around and never chose a date when they were both off to make it up, and they chose, hey, let's make this up in September.
You asked me, do I think they're going to have to play 2 on Monday? And my answer is yes.
That will be something. All they've done to try to avoid Monday baseball, and they'll have a doubleheader that's could determine 2 playoff spots.
Now, there's a chance Mets take 2 out of 3 in Milwaukee. Diamondbacks lose 2 out of 3 in San Diego, that the Mets, I believe, then would already have clinched a playoff spot. And the Mets obviously would not be interested in playing 2 games on Monday. I think in that situation, Mark, if the Braves take 2 out of 3 from the Royals, I don't know if the Braves need one more win or if they're already in, because both the Mets and Braves have the tiebreaker on Arizona. Mets and Braves have 5 games left to play. Diamondbacks have 3. Mets and Braves own the tiebreakers. Right now, edge Braves over the Mets because they lead the season series 6-5. That's the other thing that apparently the Mets have conceded. The Mets have said if both us and the Braves are in the playoffs and we don't need to play Monday for seeding. Apparently the Mets are willing to concede that the Braves would be the 5 and they would be the 6. That, hey, nope, we'll just call season series 6-5, Braves win it. We're tied. They win the tiebreaker.
Well, yeah, because they'd want it's more important to have your pitching set up for Tuesday than it is to play a doubleheader on Monday and screw your whole pitching staff up for the playoffs.
And the Mets are already in Milwaukee for the 3-game series. Who would they play in the playoffs in a 3-6 matchup? Milwaukee.
So there you have it. Oh, go ahead.
You're the owner of the Mets. Obviously, you're a billionaire. 20-something billion is your net worth. Even though your team that you purchased made the playoffs 2 years ago, the Mets were faltering down the stretch. They didn't have one of those wild postseason celebrations when they made the playoffs. They apparently literally got out champagne and toasted glasses. There was no wild clubhouse scene. His 50th high school reunion, he's hosting at Citi Field. He's playing big man on campus. He's hosting it at the ballpark. He's catering it, the whole deal. All right? But it's Sunday. The Mets could clinch a playoff spot on Sunday. He has already told all the high school committee people and his friends, yeah, if we have a chance to clinch the playoffs, I'm going to Milwaukee. You ain't going to see me at the reunion, even though I'm hosting it.
That's
what
fine.
do you do? What do you do? High school 50th high school reunion, or
you go to the Mets game. You go to Milwaukee to clinch.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Your host, though, it's awkward. Hey, where's the host? He's in Milwaukee.
I never liked him anyhow, but I know he's got a lot of money.
So you got
Now
any
we can talk
caviar at
about him
this thing?
behind his back.
Right. Blankety blank. It's just free, right? Though. Okay, good. So there you have it. Final weekend of baseball and 2 heavyweight matchups, one on Saturday night, one on Sunday night.
And for those of you that wanted to watch the President's Cup, well, that's over after day 1.
5 spit US. Do you think, first off, I mean, think about the guys on the LIV for both the U.S. and the international. No Koepka, no DeChambeau, but also no Cam Smith, no Joaquin Neiman. I mean, the international team, I think, really needed the LIVers more. But do you think people would be interested in this if they include the women?
No, I don't. I think it would
Okay.
just be a more competitive event. David, you know what I want this to be. If Liv is going to survive, I want this to be PGA versus Liv. That's what the President's Cup should be. That's
Let's
something
go.
golf fans would be all in on watching.
You know the PGA Tour would never do that.
No. I'm amazed that this match is happening with Koepka and DeChambeau against Rory and
Scheffler.
I mean, I'm stunned that's happening.
They can't stop it. That's why it's happening.
I get it, but I'm surprised that Tiger didn't pressure them to not do it. I'm surprised that and I would be shocked if there wasn't a lot of internal pressure to not do it, and McIlroy just doesn't care anymore.
Yeah, I think Rory's done listening to Tiger and the PGA Tour. I know you don't like Rory anymore these days, but that part of Rory, I think you've got to like. He's like, nah, I'm done with you guys. I stood up for you guys, and I feel like you guys have led me astray and haven't had my back. So you know what? The hell with you.
I think that's totally what's happened. Well, he did change that cell phone, so he can't get a lot of... I don't know if everybody's still got his new number.
Yeah, I don't think that's a reason he changed the cell phone, but okay. That's what we're going with. Maybe that's the cell phone I found a couple weeks ago on the DFW airport. Maybe it was Rory's.
That's outstanding. That's outstanding, David. Just now, I really want to know who Mama was.
Exactly. Call me back. Oh, man. Rory, is this you? How come your wedge game sucks? I'm sorry. Put Amanda on the line. Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, has your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle? Well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Man, there are some violent videos from Augusta, Georgia of that storm hitting.
Oh.
Well, David, I think you made the smart choice. I just pulled up the NBC2 app, and it's just one of the stories is multiple flights canceled from Southwest Florida because of the hurricane. I think at the end of the day, even if you would have gotten out, you made the smart choice.
I just risk reward. I just didn't. I thought to myself, why am I going to take a risk at all? There's two things I had to do this week. I had to do 5 shows with you, and I had to get to Los Angeles. I mean, that's what I had to do this week. Everything else was negotiable. Including spending time with my family. But get out of here already, will ya?
Who did Lee take in the Tampa Bay game?
I took Philly.
Okay. I just didn't circle it. That's all.
Yeah. He took the 2 1-point dogs. He took Bama +1 and the Titans +1.
Yep.
Laid the points in the others.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour, the Diamond District bonus hour. Thanks so much for being with us, Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Well, Mark, I think you hit it on the head because, well, you've been doing this a while, and so you pay attention. So we think there's only a few really good marquee games, and this doesn't feel like a big weekend. Georgia, Alabama, Saturday night, Bills, Ravens, Sunday night. But it seems like a couple of afternoons where, I don't know. Should we really be paying attention? Blah, blah, blah. This will probably be a spectacular sports weekend.
There's not a whole lot at noon. And even though you've got 2 ranked teams playing one another in Oklahoma State and Kansas State, neither of them have looked good so far this year. They're ranked only because they were ranked in the preseason, or they wouldn't be ranked.
Very much so.
Kentucky Ole Miss intrigues me just because Kentucky played Georgia so well. Can they go on the road and have a similar performance against Ole Miss? But, I mean, the 3:30 slate, your game, Wisconsin. 15 and a half point dog.
Yeah. If Wisconsin's quarterback was healthy, that game it would have had some intrigue, but I think it's difficult to imagine Wisconsin's going to beat any of the really good teams on their schedule now the rest of the way. I
The
wonder
game
how
you
much
picked,
of that
sorry,
is
David.
going to be held against Luke Fickell. You know, we talked about he's trying to change how Wisconsin plays football. The key component to that was his quarterback. Van Dyke gets hurt. What kind of season are they now going to have? And if he has another 6-6, 7-win type season, is the Wisconsin fan base going to be like, I don't think I like this change?
The more I think about your Louisville Notre Dame pick, the more I like it. I'm just surprised the number's as high as it is.
I'm getting a lot of grief. I think the reason the number's as high as it is because Louisville beat Notre Dame last year. Notre Dame had the lead on them at the half, and Louisville had a great second half. And I think that the powers that be are like, yeah, those Notre Dame players know that. It's not like they're going to overlook Louisville. You could argue, by the way, this is the best team on Notre Dame's schedule till USC. And not just by ranking. I mean, just by if you look at the teams and you independently assess them, don't go by groupthink. But you could argue this is the best team left on Notre Dame's schedule before the season finale at USC.
I don't even know if you could argue it the other way.
You know, Florida State's gone south.
Your argument would be Georgia Tech?
Which is a, quote, neutral field because it's not in Georgia Tech's home stadium. It's in Atlanta, but I mean, Mark, what do you think the Notre Dame Georgia Tech fan ratio is going to be for that game? 50-50 in Mercedes-Benz?
Best for Georgia Tech, 50-50.
Right. That could be like the Niners at SoFi against the Rams.
Yes.
So, but this is a style. It's not as sexy, but I believe this game is UCF Colorado also. Like Notre Dame should, if they show up and play their game, they should be able to run the ball on Louisville. Just like UCF should be able to whoop Colorado up front. But both Louisville and Colorado believe, hey, defense, if you could just rope a dope, you give us a chance, we're going to make plays. We're going to throw the ball on these guys.
You know, to me, though, you just take that Purdue game out of the equation, and what's Notre Dame done from an offensive standpoint? I just don't see their ability to score being enough, and that's, you know, Louisville can score.
Now, I will say you could argue the strength of Notre Dame's defense is their pass defense. Okay, we'll see. Certainly will be tested this week. I just find it to be an intriguing game. I love getting points, and I think Louisville's a very live dog. Notre Dame's down 3 starters on the offensive line from what their depth chart looked like 5 weeks ago. 3 starters on the offensive line. I just don't think – I know they want to be a power running team. The quarterback is a running dimension. He's got 1 touchdown pass so far this year. 1. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure Notre Dame's going to live up to their preseason billing. They win this game, though, they can be 9-1, 10-1. They'll be heavily favored to be 10-1 going to the Coliseum playing USC. This is a really big game for the playoffs. Like if you're a fan of a team, you want the Big Ten to get an extra bid, the SEC to get an extra bid. This, and for that matter, what if Louisville wins? They're 5-0. Miami, Clemson, Louisville banging the drum going, we ain't a 1-bid league, dude.
That would be what the take would be if Louisville could win outright. Notre Dame still, I have trouble at 10-2 if the other losses, you know, at any other loss for Notre Dame, putting them in right now.
I have to admit, I'm okay with Notre Dame 10-2 if the second loss is USC. Although you could argue, what if they lose the Louisville run the table, including beating USC in the Coliseum? Mark, that game to me is going to feel like a play-in game. I just have a feeling that Notre Dame USC game is going to be a play-in game.
We'll see. USC's got to do a lot to make that happen between now and then.
Well, they got Penn State in 2 weeks at home. But then, quite frankly, they'll be favored in every other game they play in and around that. They get Nebraska and Rutgers at home. If you're looking for a tricky spot, Maryland's not as good as we thought. That's on the road. I mean, USC really, Mark, I'm telling you, Notre Dame should be 10-1 and USC should be 9-2 at worst when they play at the end of November in the Coliseum, which is what we wanted with this 12-team playoff. We wanted all these games to have this meaning. Now Notre Dame Louisville has a great meaning in October. It can mean more for the ACC. Could mean a lot for Notre Dame. Could impact the Big Ten and the SEC, getting that extra spot. And this is what we wanted. This is working.
I agree with that. To me, it's working as well as it could because there are far more games that have far more meaning to them. I know it's a TV show, and I know Notre Dame draws well. I just have difficulty with their 10-2, no matter where the other loss comes, putting them in. That Northern Illinois loss is still stinging to me.
Speaking of the other loss, and we've mentioned it for like 10 seconds, the report that the Mountain West has, by the way, they called the MAC. They had the decency to pick up the phone. They called the MAC. They said, hey, just so you know, we've offered Northern Illinois and Toledo spots in our league for football only. Okay, or we're about to do it. We just want to let you know we're not going behind your back. And it's not going to be for next year. It'll start in 2026. We just want to let you know. Apparently, the thought process behind it is that gives them teams in the central time zone. Northern Illinois is in the central time zone. Is Toledo?
No, Toledo's in the eastern time zone.
But Northern Illinois is in the central time zone.
Correct.
Right. So that's what I read.
Have time zones. It's important to have time zones. University of New Brunswick not available. They want to get one on the half hour as well.
Well,
what the hell?
Just, TV deals. That's the whole thing. We want to be in multiple time zones. It gives us another TV slot. I know. I'm with you. Just out. Everybody talking about is Gonzaga going to the Pac-12 and the 7 Mountain West schools all signed. They're staying in the Mountain West through 2031 or 2032. And oh, by the way, the Mountain West is trying to raid the MAC. Listen, all I know, Mark, is Washington at Rutgers tonight is a conference game, okay?
In the Big Ten. That's right.
In the big rig. Yep.
In the 18-wheeler.
Yep. In the 18-wheeler, Washington at Rutgers is a conference game tonight. Yep. Come on. We got to make fun of this, don't we?
Absolutely.
The Cigar Bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous Cigar Bar.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District. This is Miller and Moulton.
It's okay. Our straws have straws. See, I thought you never use a straw.
No, I never have ice.
Well, that's true. But yes. And that's okay. I'm on my way to get this, and I'm thinking, God.
It'll never happen, fam. I just want to yell Mom Meatloaf so badly right now, it's not even funny. Just chew your face off. Just knock it all down. Yeah, you're on mute. I know. I can still make fun of you on this side.
Guys, I asked, not willing to make an appearance. Sorry. She says she loves y'all. Okay. Said, love you, Mark. To my buddy Bob who's listening. Love you, Bob. Happy birthday. Nope, not making an appearance. Parkwood Deli. Where is that, Irish? Next time I'm here, I'm going to Harold's. I know that. It's a world famous deli. Is Parkwood in Jacksonville? I'll have to write it down. I'll have to go. Midland Park. Okay. Adam, we need pictures before and after.
Wow. Say it ain't so. What'd you get there for breakfast? What'd she pick up for you?
The Burger King ham, egg, and cheese croissant.
Oh, I thought it was
She cooked. She cooked.
Thought it was like a Taylor pork roll or something exciting.
Yeah, no. But there's a chance to hit the Castle on the way to the Newark.
People have texted if you had White Castle yet.
No, didn't hit it yet, but it looks as if we're hitting it in a couple hours. Because I think the people next to me on the flight need me eating the Castle for a 5.5 hour flight.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Final segment of the show and of the week, Diamond District bonus hour. Thanks so much for being with us, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Lee Sterling made his picks 2.5 hours ago. If you missed them, do we put those on the site, or do you just have to download the segment?
You just have to download the segment. We probably could get them up on the site. That's something I need to work on.
So, millerandmoulton.com, first segment, hour 2, Lee Sterling with his picks. Pat Kirwan, first 2 segments of the 8 o'clock Eastern hour, going through all the games. Let me ask you this. We're willing to bury the 1 and 2 teams that fall to 1 and 3. Are we willing to say the same if one of those teams is the Ravens?
I'm not ready to say it yet. I'm not. And even though I think Pittsburgh's going 4-0, I still don't trust the Steelers fully, completely to be a 12-win team, if you know what I'm saying.
We still don't have 7 teams who are winning record in the AFC, and I doubt we will this week because the 1 and 2 team will only get to 2 and 2. So, we're going to have to go into October at the very least until we have enough playoff teams with winning records in the AFC. The much vaunted AFC is not as vaunted right now. Think about it. Cleveland won 11 games last year. They're 1 and 2. Baltimore won 13 games last year? 1 and 2. Cincinnati, they won 9 games with Joe Burrow missing half the season. They were the trendy pick to win the North this year, 0 and 3. Dolphins 1 and 2, coming off an 11-win season. Jacksonville 0 and 3, coming off a winning season. I mean, you got a lot of teams in the AFC that are underperforming.
No doubt. And you have a few. I mean, San Francisco is underperforming at this point. In the NFC, there's a couple that are a little ahead of schedule, but Dallas with that win last night was big just to get to 2 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
1779 we start today. John Adams appointed to negotiate Revolutionary War peace terms with Great Britain. That's a good appointment. You just kick the ass of the biggest, baddest bully on the block, and then you have to negotiate the peace terms.
And not only that,
your chest puffed out.
We hadn't won yet. We were winning. It looked like we were going to win. Okay, but we're still a couple years away from Yorktown. We're still quite a ways away from nailing this sucker down, and we're flying over there going, or we're not flying, but you know what I mean. We're crossing the Atlantic and we're showing up going, come on, we know, everybody knows we're going to win. You want to start negotiating peace or not? Yes or no? By the way, what time is tea?
1905. Einstein's paper, including the equation of E equals mc squared, was first published in a physics journal. 1908, Henry Ford's first Model T leaves the plant in Detroit, Michigan. Bobby Jones with a big win at Marion today in 1930 to win his 5th U.S. Amateur and clinch the Grand Slam. The Tonight Show premiered on NBC, hosted by Steve Allen, today in 1954. Marvin Hagler won the middleweight championship in London today in 1980. There was a near riot that formed after the fight, and he had to be escorted out of the ring.
Oh, was it Alan Minter?
Yes.
Yeah, the Brit. He fought him in his home turf, and he beat him. Oh, man, that division. I mean, that's before, Sugar Ray, Hearns, and their division that they formed with Duran. But that was Inafermo, Minter, Hagler. Oh, they just fought the out of each other.
Today in 87 at Murfield, Europe beats the U.S. in the Ryder Cup. It was the first time we lost at home.
And I think Jack was the captain on his home course, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, talk about Sevy and the boys making a statement. That's a mic drop right there.
And in 2008, Greg Maddox wins his final start of his career, win number 355. Samuel Adams, Dick Schaap, Don Cornelius, Kathy Whitworth, and Meatloaf would have all celebrated birthdays today. Mike Schmidt, 75, Steve Kerr, 59, Gwyneth Paltrow is 52, and Lil Wayne is 42. David's favorite hip-hop star.
I actually do like him a lot.
I know.
I'm surprised you didn't just pause a moment for Michael Jack Schmidt at 75. I always need a moment whenever you mention his name.
I'm aware.
Don't know if there's a player who ever beat the tar out of my favorite team more that I like more than Michael Jack Schmidt.
Did I miss anything?
Well, I just want to mention it. I went to a Jesuit college. All right.
I went to a Jesuit high school.
And so just for the heck of it, okay, the Jesuit order came to be today in 1540. We're working on, we're approaching 500 years. Okay. I asked my mother, so I'm going to college. I went to the University of Scranton, sight unseen. I said to her, I go, hey, I just found out it's a Jesuit school. I really did a lot of homework here. And I go, the Jesuits with the whole the Catholic thing. What do they do? Where do they rank? And she goes, they take care of the money. I go, oh, okay. So I don't know if that was a good scouting report or not, but that was the scouting report that I got as I was pulling into the parking lot at the University of Scranton.
I like the pre-scouting that you did, though, David.
I
must admit, you really did a lot of research in attending this university.
Well, I didn't want to go there. I wanted to go to Rutgers. Okay, they wouldn't take me. And yet I still like them. This is like Noreen Ziegler. I just get rejected all the time, and I still love her. Okay, and Rutgers is my Noreen Ziegler.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What do you got, Mark?
Joshua Kaiser in Pennsylvania has finally reached his dream of creating the world's tallest hat when he took a stroll wearing his 17-foot, 9.5-inch cap.
What?
He finally broke the world record for the largest hat after several years of failed attempts at Penn State when they closed their campus because of COVID-19. Man had set the record in 2018 with a 15-foot, 9-inch hat. He goes 17 feet, 9.5 inches. For the bad, we go to British Columbia, where a man came face-to-face with a bear inside of his garage. All of it was caught on camera. Alex Gold posted a security camera footage to his Instagram showing what happened when he was unloading groceries from his vehicle in front of his garage. A bear wandered through the open garage door and wanted some of the groceries.
Well, if the bear wants your groceries, don't you give them to the bear? Here you go.
Gold clapped at the bear a few times, made some loud sounds, and slowly backed away. He was able to get into his SUV and honk the horn, which scared Mama Bear and her nearby cub away from his property. Grocery safe, man safe, Man 1, Bear 0.
I probably would have thrown something at the ground. I'm trying to think about what I routinely get that I would have thrown the Bears' way. Think the Bear would be interested in bananas?
I think the Bears interested in damn near anything. Finally, the ugly. We go to Carlisle, Pennsylvania, where a man was arrested, and it says at a Giant. I think at a Giant Eagle because that's the grocery store up that way. At least that's the one my mother-in-law shops at all the time. Man was arrested at Giant Eagle after allegedly throwing jars of salsa at customers and employees and then assaulting police officers. Police officers responded at around 8 in the morning for a man jumping on cars and breaking a vehicle's windshield. They received a second report of a man breaking the entrance into the Giant Eagle. According to police, Dalsota Sakala was throwing glass salsa jars at customers and employees inside the store, scattering broken glass across the floor. Police say he refused to respond to the officer's request to drop the salsa. Drop the salsa! Drop the salsa! Leading to police to have to restrain him physically. He was taken into custody on a bunch of charges, including salsa throwing. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on Friday, September the 27th. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. They don't take people throwing salsa at them lying down.
Nor should
Can't
they.
Can't get away with that in the Cape.
No.
They'll come at you with guacamole. They'll come at you with some sour cream.
I wonder if they pull you over, though. Can you go, hey, officer, you want some salsa? No? Okay.
CapeCops.com. That's where you sign up to be a new police officer in Cape Coral.
CapeCops.com, is that it?
That's it.
So we didn't talk about this, but the ratings came in late yesterday on Caitlin Clark's final game of the year. It's a Wednesday night ESPN. Now, I will say, didn't have any football up against it, but come on now. This a Wednesday night ESPN WNBA game, Indiana and Connecticut. Care to take a guess? You know what these games normally do. Before this year, that game would do 400,000 people. Okay? A big game would do 1 million. A big game would do 1 million. And it'd probably have to be on ABC. But a big game on ESPN would do 1 million.
And she's been doing between 2 and 4 every time she plays, right?
Ion TV had 7 WNBA games this year do over 1 million viewers. Ion TV. Most of you don't even know where that is. Blue Bloods reruns, by the way. Best thing they got going.
I'd say 3.5 mil.
A little less. Highest rated non-finals game in 25 years. Highest rated non-finals game in 25 years. On a Wednesday night on ESPN, it did 2.6 million views.
All right. NHL right now in their offices, they're beating their heads against the wall going, how can we get 2.5 million people to watch our product?
Mark, the NHL on a Wednesday night during the playoffs would sell their soul for half that.
Absolutely.
Half that.
They don't even get 1 million.
No. That's a Duke, North Carolina, Saturday, 6 o'clock number. In fact, that's better than a Duke, North Carolina, Saturday afternoon college basketball, 6 o'clock number. Because those games do in the low 2s, usually, on ESPN. Indiana, Connecticut, 2.6. Wednesday night, 7:30. The power, by the way, the influence that she's had, the game that followed her was Phoenix and Minnesota. Kept half the audience. Did 1-3.
Wow. That's even more impressive to me than Caitlin's number, that many stuck around and watched a second game. See what their numbers are without Caitlin the rest of the way. Now I'll be curious to see.
No kidding.
How they do with the playoffs
Yeah.
going on, because they do have a lot of momentum. People have been watching. They've taken in the products. Will they watch the finals without her?
Looks like the Braves and Royals are going to play today. Looks like the Storm is not going to make the Braves have to play another doubleheader. So Royals and Tigers' magic number to make the playoffs is 1. Any combination of their wins, Twins losses equals 1. They're in. You got a whole bunch of seeding going on. Mets are a game ahead of both the Diamondbacks. No, excuse me. Mets and Diamondbacks are both a game ahead of the Braves heading into the weekend. Diamondbacks have 3 games to play. Mets and Braves still have 5, including a Monday doubleheader against each other. We'll see how that plays out. Seeding at stake in both leagues. Yankees a game ahead of the Guardians, and they have the tiebreaker. Dodgers a game ahead of the Phillies. Phillies have the tiebreaker for who's the 1 and who's the 2.
David, good luck getting out west and then back east as you do some jet setting over the weekend. Hopefully all
That's
the
right.
flights work out well for you.
Thank you. We'll be talking. I'll be in Detroit Monday morning.
Maybe seeing the worst team ever playing baseball on Sunday. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll be back Monday morning, 6 a.m. Thanks so much for listening. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
At Physical Therapy and Balance Centers, our goal is to help you love your life. When your life is sidelined by an injury, dizziness, surgery, or condition keeping you from doing what you love, we're here to help you heal and feel your best. Our therapist evaluation will determine the root cause of your health challenges, resulting in a unique treatment plan customized just for you. Visit www.physical.com to find your nearest location and see how we can help you love your life.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right, let's do this promo and we can get out of Dodge.
So is everything okay in your neck of the woods?
Weather-wise?
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so Fort Myers Beach with storm surge.
Yeah, there
downtown
was storm surge there. Punta Gorda had some storage surge, but nothing too, I mean.
Because Cassio texted me, said like the Wink newsrooms studios are underwater.
Okay, I guess downtown had some water.
Gotcha. Isn't today the second anniversary of Ian?
I think it was yesterday.
Oh, really? Wow.
It's either today or yesterday because I know they were planning on doing a lot of 2-year look back things, and that didn't really work out all that well.
It's amazing to me that Schwartzel had 2 years to move them and didn't. That's what I would be like if I was a Wink employee. I'd be like, listen, you announced a long time ago we were moving to that place on Gateway. It's been 2 years, dude. 2 years. How much more time you need? Hey, can't wish for enough good things to happen to him, huh?
Uh-huh.
We're still on, by the way.